Hi there, very good evening. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series Friday night, our final night of qualification for tomorrow evening's final here in Portsmouth. Scott Taylor leads the way following the first day's play. As for the other two spots through, well, it's anyone's game. Ross Montgomery picked up the solitary win from his first night's play here at the Super Series. Going on that particular stage, he's hoping to have a spurt on day 2 to send him through to finals night. As for Lee Cox, well, the performances were there, but the results weren't quite yielded. 2 points from 4 matches, but he knows his tournament all too well by now. As for Ted Everts, he's picked up 4 points, half the quota on night 1. A solid display for Super Ted, who will be setting his sights on Saturday night, having just missed out in Group A. David Evans went under the radar somewhat, but he won't be allowed to now. He's in second spot in the table. But Scott Taylor was the man of the night. He won all 4. He is in a pole position to make it through to Saturday. So that was the tail of the tape on night 1 of Group B. Watching all the action in the commentary box and watching it all again tonight is the Asset Paul Nicholson. We'll talk about Group B in just the same, but I just want to get your reflections of what we saw this afternoon in Group C. The 2 players at the top of the table at the beginning of the day went through, but it wasn't quite as simple as that, was it?
Not at all. I think when Steve Hine got fairly close to qualification, he just seemed to slow it down a little bit, but was able to get that vital win with a game in hand just to feel more comfortable towards the end. I'm really thrilled for Steve because he's worked really hard this week. He's never been to a Saturday night before, and I think there's going to be pressure on other people, so we might see the best of him come Saturday night. But as far as John O'Shea is concerned, he spoke with you and Matt Edgar at the end of that session, and it was a somewhat quizzical reaction to winning the group. Maybe John's searching for something at the minute, and I just get the feeling that maybe Saturday night might yield a little bit of learning for him to see where he's going to be over the next 9 months.
Well, let's have a look then at what's going to happen then this evening, because we know as far as the group is concerned, Scott Taylor is leading the way, and this is how the groups break down. So we know the 5 players that have been played. John O'Shea, Steve Hine already making their way through Group C, but Scott Taylor in a very good suit. But you look at the rest of the players in the field, there's nobody that's out of it as of yet.
Not at all. Even Ross Montgomery last night, who at times played some really good darts, got off to a bit of a shaky start, losing his first couple of games 4-1, but his ability to get out of the night with some points, it now proves that even if you just get 1 win, it means that you have a great chance of still qualifying and getting into the top 3 spots. So nobody's out of it yet. That's great. It could be a really exciting night with 10 games to go. But as for seeing who's going to get those 3 spots, Scott Taylor looks good, but the other ones, not so sure.
Well, let's show you how tight it is at the top of Group B. This is how the table looks following the first day's play. Scott Taylor only needs 1 victory from his 4 matches tonight to progress his way through to tomorrow evening's final. Elsewhere, as we've said, David Evans, Ted Everts, Lee Cox, Ross Montgomery, you might as well just put 4 balls in a hat, pick 2 out and see where it comes out, don't you?
Speaking of David Evans a little bit earlier on tonight, you could just sense that he's a bit more relaxed than the other 3 because he's got that difference in leg difference. 9 legs between him and the next person. So that looks pretty good for Dave. But as long as he gets points in the first half tonight, let's say he wins 1 of his first 2 games, he's going to be looking good in the second half. And if he protects that leg difference record against the other 3, I think he'll be fine.
Could there also be a case that's also tough to predict? Because if you look at the 4 players in play, they're all at different types of experience in this competition, different types of experience in other competitions, and that actually, if you put all 4 cases together, you may get, in some cases, different outcomes, but similar outcomes as well.
Yeah, I think everybody's got their own motivation. They all have something in common that they want to make Saturday night, but they're all at different points in their career. And someone like Ross Montgomery, for instance, making Saturday night here would be brilliant for a seasoned player over the age of 60 on debut. But someone like Lee Cox, for instance, who has been here quite a few times and only made Saturday night once, I think he's got redemption on his mind. And I don't think Ross Montgomery's got that. So everybody's got their own motivation internally, but to keep things simple, they all want to make Saturday night to see if they can get the £5,000.
Well, let's see what the bookies think about tonight's proceedings. This is how the outright betting is looking. Look, Scott Taylor 1-8 to win the group. That's not a surprise. But what we can look at is the other categories below. This is to win the group, but by virtue of saying that Ted Evans is 7-1, David Evans is 10-1, etc., this is who they're fancying most to progress through, do you feel?
Yes, I think it is. But if you look at Ted Evans, he walked away from the building last night with 4 points in the bag. And he was probably kept awake for a couple of hours after the session finished thinking, how on earth have I got 4 points? He can count himself very fortunate to have them before he starts tonight. I see other people more favourable based on form, but this is a very different day. I think now that Ted has maybe got over the dreaded dart lag and now he's had an evening session in the bank, he might be better tonight. I sincerely hope he is, because he won't have been happy with his performance last night.
So also this interesting real plot twist now. We're going to see Scott Taylor in our first game against Lee Cox, that unless you're playing him, everybody else in that field is going to be batting the corner of Scott Taylor, because realistically he needs one win tonight to go through, and that they're hoping that if that is the case, then he does them favours.
Yeah, I think so. We had the same situation with John O'Shea this afternoon, in my opinion. I think someone like Bradley Brooks, who really did claw his way into a possible chance of qualifying. It didn't work out for him, but he wanted John O'Shea to run and take all 5 games, or should I say all 4 games that he wasn't playing against Bradley Brooks. It didn't work out that way, so we found a different dynamic around 2 or 3 rounds in. But I think if you were to ask the other 4 players in Group B as to what they want Scott Taylor to win all of his games, apart from when he plays them, just so they'll be scrapping for the other 2 spots.
Shall we get it on?
Silly question.
Let's get the dart started, shall we? We're going to kickstart with Scott Taylor, the man who won 4 from 4 on the opening night's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Lee Cox, going to make a second Saturday night appearance here at the Super Series, and ahead of play this evening, I caught up with Scott to get his opinions on his 4 days so far in Portsmouth. Scott, been quite the week for yourself here at the MODUS Super Series. How would you reflect upon the 4 days overall?
Apart from Tuesday, it's been all right. I've been playing better than I have here. Even I played some decent stuff, but there's still a lot more to come, I think.
So say it looks like with every appearance here, we feel like we're getting closer to finding your ceiling a little bit.
Yeah, it's getting consistent, really. I just want to play well all the time, but it's not. That's never going to happen. But my B game's getting a lot better, so I'm happy.
In terms of last night, 4 wins from 4, and look, it wasn't quite the 105, 107s we saw earlier on in the week, but it was fairly steady stuff in those 90s regions.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I'll take any win. I'll take a 72 win if it means getting through. So just getting through to Saturday, that's all that matters.
Interesting, the guys in commentary were talking about your tenacity in games, particularly games that went tight. Is that something you feel like's really come along in recent times?
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit more fight and concentration more than anything. Just used to just lose my head straight away, and it's not what you need, is it?
Is that a learning process for you?
Yeah, of course it is. I just feel like I've grown up a lot in the last couple of years, so I'm doing all right now.
Do you feel your darts is getting better as a consequence of that?
Definitely. I'm just more steady, and when I'm playing bad, it's not all that bad.
You've had a taste of Champions League before. How much would you like to get back again?
I really want to get back, and I don't feel like I performed last time. I know I got to semis, but I didn't feel like I had a good week. So I really want to have a good go this time.
Well, good luck, Scott. We wish you all the best.
Cheers, man.
So, Scott Taylor needs just 1 win from his 4 matches tonight to make his way into Saturday evening's finale. He takes on Lee Cox in the first assignment of the evening. It could be signed, sealed and delivered by the end of game 1 of the evening. He'll be hoping there'll be no dramas. Talking about all the drama that is to come over the next 10 games or so, and considering the tightness of this Group B, there's bound to be some. Alongside Paul Nicholson in the commentary box, it's a very good evening to Matthew Edgar.
Evening, Henry. Evening, everyone joining us tonight for the conclusion of the group stages of this week. And what an absolutely fascinating interview that was with Scott Taylor, proving now 32 years old that you never stop learning and developing and growing. And he feels that he's still growing as a dart player.
Game on!
The one thing that does really concern me, though, for the rest of this group, is the fact that he said, despite he has been playing well, despite
60.
the fact he's showing this fighting quality, he said there's still a lot more to come.
Something to look forward to, Matt. That's for sure. But I've
60.
severely rated Scott Taylor for a while. You mentioned yesterday that he has made a Pro Tour final before.
90.
You don't do
100.
that by accident. I just get the feeling that maybe he's been a bit raw over the last 6 or 7 years.
136.
And he's approaching an age where he could be about to find his prime. And if he does that, and he figures out
55.
what kind of game he can deliver and how he can manage that in his own head, I think we've got to start taking notice.
Managing it in his own head, I think that's the perfect way to do it, because
140.
I think expectation was very high for Scott Taylor, standards that he sets himself, but I do believe at times it
96.
wasn't high standards, it was perfection that he was seeking. And now he's sort of battle-hardened enough to know that you don't have to be 12 darts every single
89.
leg to be winning matches, and this week's a case in point. We've seen brilliance from him where he's won matches, we've seen him come off the top of the form, and he still won matches.
He said something in that interview that really piqued my interest.
100. Lee
He
requires
said, "My bad
76.
games aren't as bad." That sounds like a really mundane statement to the layman, but to me, that sounds really
36.
profound.
Scott, you require
That was a
90.
bad mistake from Lee Cox there, missing a single. Is he going to pay the price for that? With Taylor going for the bull.
65. Lee, you require 40.
Tops for Crafty Coxey.
Game shot on a first leg.
Does
Lee
get
Cox.
the breaker thrower, Scott Taylor, who had everything his own way last night. Scott Taylor, the total flip side really for
Second
Lee
leg.
Cox,
It's
who
Lee to
did
throw
hit the
first.
ground running, averaging
Game
just
on.
shy of a ton in his opening game, but then didn't pick up another win for the rest of the night. But not because he played
100.
badly. Nearly a 93 average for the day. Normally, that will win you a week, never mind a match.
97.
Absolutely right, Matt. When you consider the fact that the stats all over the place for these players yesterday were just so good. One of the best Group B
82.
nights that I've seen in a while. And I feel like I've been saying that quite a lot lately. But everybody seems to be bringing their best stuff in the night
96.
sessions. You're right about Cox, almost a 93 average, 32% on the doubles. They are numbers that we have seen do an awful lot. But it speaks
85.
numbers about the others, like you mentioned, because that wasn't good enough.
And that wasn't just a one-off for
126.
Lee Cox. He should be taking a lot of stock for that in terms of the line of performance that he's shown. And just think, if I could do that again, surely I'm going to start to pick up some results.
140.
He was just 1 point away from not even being here this year, because he'd have actually been getting ready for Monday when the PDC Pro Tour begins.
142. Lee, you require 94.
Big shot this. 82 left. Every now and again,
46.
you are
Scott,
going to
you
get a
require
shot on
40.
94 and you're not going to get a shot at a double.
Game shot on a second leg.
He's paid the
Scott
price for not
Taylor.
taking it out. Taylor, 13 darter. No surprise from the commentary box from that
Third
one,
leg, it's
because
Scott to
he had
throw
some
first.
great legs last night.
Game on.
He was 94.27 for the night. And if I may just mop up my saliva,
95.
67% on the doubles for the night. Who does that? Scott Taylor does.
100.
And when you consider the fact that he had the second
40.
least amount of darts at double last night and topped the table with 4 wins, just compute that for a few seconds. The second least amount of darts at double.
140.
He had 24. Ross Montgomery had 20 and hit 9. Taylor hit 16 from 24. That is simply ridiculous.
140.
If he does that again tonight, I'll roll out the red carpet for him. I don't expect him to do it again.
100.
I don't even think I've ever seen it before, that sort of level.
I remember Christian Kist a few series ago. He had a daily
56.
campaign that was fairly
require
similar to that, but that was so out of the
161.
ordinary. 161's on. Not for long. three 170 checkouts this week.
123. Scott, you require 170.
I wouldn't put it past seeing another.
Oh, that was a bit of a bounce, wasn't it?
121.
It's clattered
Lee
into the
requires
flight.
38.
And Lee Cox opting to split. Double 8. To
22.
regain that lead, and
Scott, you require
we've just
49.
told you how deadly Scott Taylor can be on the finishers.
Tops it is. He was so good up here yesterday.
9.
Fine margins in
requires
this first
50.
game of the night. Knife edge stuff.
Game shot on the third
As
leg.
Cox
Lee
takes the lead.
Cox.
Such a good battle
Fourth
this.
leg. It's Lee to
And
throw
a very
first.
different dynamic
Game on.
with them playing in game 1 compared to game 10. Yesterday they played around about 12:30 in the morning. Fair to say that they're probably a bit more energetic at 10 to 10.
The other thing to remember as well is that those
140.
scars and those wounds and those blows that was landing last night may not land the same now, because time is an amazing healer, and they've had 24 hours. If this game was at the back end
100.
of yesterday, I think it might be a little bit different, because it started getting to that point for Lee Cox where that story was telling itself again, that he's had so many times
60.
here at the Super Series where someone would take out a big finish against him that seems to be at the perfect time, and he's aware of that story and that journey, and you could see on his face
43.
the smiling, the nodding, the expecting that everything was going to go against him towards the back end of the day. And you see today it's like a complete reset again, because that time has just healed those
55.
wounds.
The why always me syndrome, something like that.
Absolutely, and it's kind of a few players this week that could have had
99.
that moniker, because it has been a week of big moments at the right times. The stories have been incredible.
Well, here's the thing. If you think that people just turn up against you, think again. It's not the case. It's the game.
180.
Scott Taylor getting his bread dipped for the first time in the maximum column.
134.
He went for the shot last night and went for
Scott, you
treble
require
14.
66.
Gets it again. Hits it
Shot
again.
on a fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
Superb game of darts. That's a 14 darter this time from Scott Taylor.
Fifth leg.
Another
it's
one of
Scott
those
to throw
games,
First.
Matt, that
Game on.
seems to be more breaks than a British building site.
100. $97.
We're talking about tenacity with Scott Taylor. And that's exactly what he's starting to show in this game. Interestingly, when he was speaking to Henry last night,
100.
he set the goal of winning all 4 games this evening. He's not just earmarking getting one, which says to me that he is really switched on
60.
throughout the week. He was excellent in Group A. He didn't win it. He's been even better in this group.
100.
He's starting to come to boiling point. The average is up towards 97 now. Can Lee live with it?
100.
There's your answer, maybe. He needed the maximum to get to a finish.
21.
However,
103.
a rare missed dart
Lee
at double
require
for
164.
Scott. He's already missed 4 darts at double. Hang on a minute. Oh, that was close.
138.
Littered with quality
Scott,
this
you
game.
require 18. Game shot on a fifth leg. Scott Taylor.
Beautiful. Again there from Scott Taylor, just finally taking a bit of authority
leg,
on this
it's Lee
game
to
with the
throw
first
first.
hold of throw.
Game on.
But Lee Cox was there ready to pounce, and he'll probably be feeling that this is going the same sort of way as last night.
100.
Again, averaging around that 93 mark for now 5 matches. And he may be sat at the bottom of the table on just 2 points.
120.
Maybe a little bit cruel. But if Cox goes on to lose this match, he must say to himself, okay, I've lost to the person who
119.
is going to go through. And then he's in finals territory, where he will play 3 games
58.
against Everts, Evans, and Montgomery. And he will say to himself, I have to win all 3 to get to 8 points. That should
60.
be good enough. 6 points. I'm erring on the side of not good enough. But the leg difference of the bottom 3,
139.
it's so similar. Before this match started, Cox had -4, Everts -5, albeit with 2 more points, and Montgomery -6.
58.
The top 2, Evans and Taylor, are both well in the positive. I think there could be more twists tonight than a packet of
50.
knickknacks.
Lee, you require 164. $60. Scott, you require
Well, this will be some way to finish the match. Is he going to go 18s first?
I don't think he'll be able to resist the temptation. Treble 18 tops was the target.
94.
Yeah, nice darts
Lee, you
there from
require
Scott.
104.
This is a tough ask, but these are the kind of things you have to do if you want to stay in matches like this. That is
Shot on a
brilliant
6
from
flag,
Cox.
Lee
A year ago, he doesn't hit that shot for me, but now he's a different player. He's more gutsy than ever before.
7th and final leg. It's
And
Scott
to prove to
throw first.
himself that he's a different
Game
player
on.
now, that shot tells you everything.
I think we're seeing both players on stage evolve here this week, because
96.
both players would be guilty of exactly that sort of going to the shell and the woe is me, but not now, not in 2024.
83. $100.
Both averaging north of 90. And last night, there weren't many games that were won with averages under
100.
that mark. There were 2 from 10 games. That is rare.
92.
Well, the one thing that was very clear to see last night was the throw was a big advantage. All games going with the throw, other
100.
than the ones where Scott Taylor thrown second. And Scott Taylor playing a textbook game of darts here, just one treble a throw. And now, oh, he's setting up beautifully. Maximum visit.
177.
And Lee Cox has now got to just hit and hope.
You walked right into that one, didn't you?
Yeah, so far, I said, so far.
44.
Well, Lee hasn't
Scott,
done
you
much
require
wrong in this game.
36.
Scott Taylor, again, brilliant. And
Game
again,
shot. Other
winning.
match, Scott Taylor.
That is more than 1 foot into Saturday night. Scott Taylor is going to be safe with that, with 3 games to spare. He said he wanted to win all 4 games tonight. Now, he only needs another 3. Lee Cox almost the 90 average. He knows that against the darts he needed more than that, but he showed real guts and determination to get into leg 7. But Scott had the darts, and he was able to find the 13 darter to finish the job. Wonderfully done. When we come back, we'll see Scotland's representative this week, Ross Montgomery, up against Super Ted. 2 from the bottom 3, both needing points in game number 2.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Friday night has been a good night already as far as Scott Taylor's concerned. No messing about, straight through to tomorrow night's final. 97 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and he gets the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, it is a battle of Scotland and England on the hockey, as Ross Montgomery and Ted Everts go toe-to-toe. Ted picked up 2 wins yesterday, Ross Montgomery the 1. If the Scot wins this one, well, it's going to be a case of 4-4-4 below Scott Taylor on 10. Let's see what happens in this one. Let's get to your commentary team. Matthew Edgar, Paul Nicholson.
Worst football formation ever, Henry. 4-4-4. Too many men on the field. Yellow flag in the air. There you go. 5-yard penalty. Ross Montgomery would get that. He used to play American football. I was chatting with him earlier tonight. He was in a very good mood, was Ross, even though he was bottom of the table. Still is, by 1 solitary leg from Lee Cox after his 4-3 defeat to Scott Taylor.
Game on.
Ross, looking to make the top 3 on debut here this evening, used to play wide receiver, which is the person going down the flanks, ready to receive the ball from the quarterback. But later in his American football career, he played defense, more of a safety or linebacker, and that's the guys in the secondary behind the defensive line. However, he's back doing what he does best here,
140.
which is representing Scotland and himself here at the Super Series for the first time. And yesterday, Matthew Edgar, only the 1 win, but his night was very tumultuous.
100.
I bet you didn't know that me and Ross actually have something in common then. I played a bit of American football.
How am I just figuring this out now?
Do you know what I played it on?
Oh, you played it on a console.
PlayStation, yeah.
76.
There you go. Was it John Madden?
That was the Mega Drive.
Oh, okay. Graphics are a little bit better these days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's changed a lot since those days.
128.
But thus the nature of Group B. Ross Montgomery, if he wins this game, could actually go from bottom of the table, leapfrog into a qualification place.
Yep, they are the fine margins of a Group B campaign. And if you want to have your mind bent,
96. Ross, you require
get your head around this.
150.
Ross Montgomery averaged over 5 points more than Everts last night and was 2 places below him at the end of the evening.
43.
And they had the same amount of darts at double hit. In fact, it was Lee Cox, Ross Montgomery and Ted Everts all hit 9 doubles last night. Just so happens that Ross had the least amount of attempts,
95.
giving him
Ross, you require
45% on the doubles last night.
107.
He gets more opportunities tonight. I think he could be dangerous.
51.
We'll get into Ted's numbers
Ted, you require
in
94.
the next leg. But let's see if he can take 94, which is something that Lee Cox could not do in the previous match. Bullseye.
69.
Had it surrounded.
Ross, you require 56.
And tops. Double 10 to hold his throat.
36.
Which has been the pattern
Ted,
of
you
this
require
group.
25.
But Ted Everts could put an early warning sign into Ross Montgomery here, but that is a low dart. And he's going to have to burn another one here. Oh, he's nearly done it again. That makes this double 4 edgy.
21. Ross, you require
I'm not
20.
sure there is anything about that visit that Ted will be pleased with. Wow, that really is close. How does he find this? From which side?
10.
I
Ted,
think
you
that
require
first start was an
4.
enormous hindrance.
You see Ted Everts at the back of the stage when he was approaching the hockey.
Game shot on a
A
first
little
leg.
shake of the
Ted
head. It
Everts.
was almost like he was in disbelief he was getting the opportunity. And if you remember yesterday, we even had the Ted Everts,
Second leg,
sorry
it's
I
Ted
won
to
a
throw
leg
first.
approach after
Game on.
what he would have felt was pinching a game off Ross Montgomery.
It is a game that Ross could have won. It was 4-3 in the end.
108.
But the fact that Everts has got that break of throw somehow in leg 1, it means that he is now favourite for this game.
60.
Playing here at the MODUS Super Series is hard. I think Ted has he's really figured that out over the last few days. Just because you've had a tour card for the last few years and you've had success in making a European Tour quarter-final,
81.
had some good solid floor performances, World Youth Champion, it's not as if you come here straight away from losing those privileges and think, well, I'm better than most of the people who are here.
85.
It doesn't work that way. The fine margin between here and the Pro Tour is about as skinny as the fork I use to eat my dinner.
I would argue, certainly with the current systems that are in
140.
place for finding said tour card holders, that there are players that play in this that are better than some of the tour card holders.
Well, you try and explain to me, because I cannot for the life of me figure out Darryl Pilgrim.
80.
You tell me he's not tour
Said
card
you require
material
100.
considering what he's done here, but he still hasn't got a card. So we'll see plenty more of him this year. Everts is on tops after 10. Different leg to leg 1.
Game shot
but he
on the
wins them
second
both.
leg, Ted Everts.
Ross is shell-shocked a
Third
little
leg,
bit.
it's Ross to throw first.
He started yesterday
Game
with a
on.
4-1 loss to Scott Taylor. No shame in that, of course, because he's won 5 games out of 5 in this group. But at some point, you feel that Ross has got to put his
135.
foot down and find a sweet spot. I think when Everts was put in for week 12, a lot of people watching this would have thought,
93.
well, surely he's going to be there on Saturday night. I'm not sure there was a great deal of pressure on Ross. Averaging 88.78 for last night. That's very commendable.
140.
Mentioned his 45% on the doubles. That's exceptional. 3 maximums, the same as Everts and Lee Cox. They were so close together last night, but it was fine margins that stipulated their league position.
180.
I'm not struggling for maximums in this game. That's 3.
I think one of the things I do really like about Ross Montgomery is the fact that, yes, he's now in his 60s, but when he was talking
100.
before coming and making his debut here at the Super Series, it sounded like there's probably still quite a lot in his future rather than in his past. Because at 60-year-old, a lot of the time you're going to be looking backwards rather than forwards.
58.
But with the invention of
Ross
things like the
require
Seniors Tour and
126.
how he's hit the ground running on that, maybe he's eyeing up one of those Senior Tour titles.
54.
Yeah, something
Ted, you require
akin to what
170.
Leonard Gates won last year, which was almost all of them. Everts is not going to add to our plethora of big fish this week. But I get the feeling that Monty
43.
needs this.
Ross, you require 72.
72 is a golf number after all. 4 18s equals 72. They call it equal 4s in golf. Is he going to get the par score?
52.
Slightly under par there
Ted,
with
you
that
require
third dart.
127.
And Ross will be unapproachable if Everts takes this in game. But he won't.
Well, there's nothing for sure about Ross Montgomery on the doubles at the moment. He's
49.
had 6 attempts and
Ross, you
been
require
unable
20.
to find. This was the target he was so close to, and it probably more of a hindrance the first time round.
Game shot
But
on
he
a
finally
third
gets
leg.
a leg
Ross
on the board.
Montgomery.
To him, 8 attempts, so nothing really there to build the confidence, but
Fourth leg, it's Ted to throw first.
still finally in the
Game on.
balance.
Another thing I learned about Ross earlier tonight is that his wife was a cheerleader. Have you run into many cheerleaders in your life?
140.
Can't say I have.
No, I haven't actually.
That's not necessarily a British thing, is it? You may get them at the
43.
NFL games at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or Wembley, but they are the cheerleaders that are from the American football teams in the United States.
We've had dancers, and they'll sometimes have pom-poms and things, won't they?
100.
But not like specific cheerleaders who's got their own chants and
Did you know that not all NFL teams have cheerleaders? It's not a ubiquitous thing.
100.
There are some teams that have very famous cheerleading squads, particularly the Dallas Cowboys. However, not every team has that tradition.
131.
Learn something new every day. Well, if Ted had a cheer right now, it would start with, give me a
Ted, you
treble
require
20.
130.
Very good. Give me a T. Still give me a T. You might look for the setup here instead of going for the 60. I quite like this. Just didn't panic.
98.
Looked at Ross's score and thought, do you know what? I don't fancy the bull. I don't have to use it.
Was the 18 there to maybe relieve any
98.
possibility of temptation?
Ted, you require 32.
Potentially. But then again, the way he makes chocolates
Game
and
shot
sweet
on a
treats,
four flag,
he's always
Ted
giving
Evans.
others temptation. Isn't that right, Ted? It's a very tempting proposition for him right now.
Fifth leg.
That
It's
he
Ross
might
to
be
throw
going
first.
to 6
Game
points in the table, which would vault him to second for now, with David Evans having that game in hand against Lee Cox next.
66.
Is it going to be one of those nights, Matt, where we have separation after 3 or 4 games? Because there is a possibility that if Everts stretches his legs here,
45.
Montgomery and Cox could be exposed. Think about the amount of times that Montgomery has been to a WDF event, a BDO event, events that he's won, which have been best of 5 throughout a lot of the early parts of the tournament, and he's been 2-0 down. And he's had to win 3 straight legs.
50.
How many times has he done that? I can't give you a definitive answer to that, but I'm sure he's done it plenty of times. He has to do it again if he wins this match.
I was just looking ahead to see when Lee Cox
86.
actually takes on Ross Montgomery, and that doesn't come until fixture number 8. So, in regards to could separation of the pack appear, it really could, because if that fixture came early,
60.
one of them would have to have got to 4 points. It's interesting, he said, can he stretch? Because that's who's coming up next. David Evans takes to the hockey for the first time of the evening. He'll take on Lee Cox, so
45.
we could have a 4-point gap if these fixtures don't go correct for the players at the bottom end of the table.
Now, comebacks have got to start somewhere. And this time it's Ross who has plenty of time on the Ton Plus checkout.
58.
He doesn't
Ross,
have
you
to go
require
for ball if he gets the big treble he
124.
wants. This is where you just lay up for 32 or tops and feel good about when you come back. Textbook.
84.
And drama-free as well here for Ross Montgomery so far, which is probably what the doctor ordered right now, because in this group nothing feels like it's drama-free. It's been a very, very high quality, high standard.
96.
And you'll just
Ross,
want
you
to
require
get
40.
over the line here with minimal fuss.
Game shot on the fifth
Minimal
leg,
fuss indeed.
Ross
16
Montgomery.
data to stay in the match.
Sixth leg. It's Ted to throw
You look at
first.
Ted and you look
Game
at
on.
someone who is under pressure. It's not from us. It's not from his supporters or sponsors or anything like that. We can say categorically that the pressure in this situation is coming from himself.
140.
And that's okay as long as you can handle it. These players who have been watching this for the last couple of seasons from the Pro Tour have
100.
maybe thought, am I ever going to play there? Am I ever going to need to? That's been answered because they're here. Now they know how it feels to be on that stage.
140.
And he is obviously the last representative from the local hotel room 123 that he'll be sharing with Bradley Brooks, who was eliminated this afternoon from
140.
Group C campaign, despite being the player of the day in that group.
I think Brad should be very proud of his efforts on Friday. I think he was excellent. His attitude was impeccable. All the damage was done on Thursday.
93.
He came back today and he showed everybody that he's still an excellent dart player. We will see him again. And I think if he gets a full week campaign, he'll be extremely dangerous for a weekly title in 2024.
140.
Absolutely agree.
Ted, you require
This is the finish we saw
120.
earlier on as well. I expected it to be a bit more conventional for Ted Everts than the one we saw from the Muffin Man earlier on. But it's not going to go. He's going to just have to turn into a setup shot, and Ross Montgomery will have
23.
very high-peaked
Ross, you
interest
require
all of a sudden.
121.
If you like a sing-song, how about the fact he might have high hopes? Oh no, Ross! I don't think that was a greedy effort at the treble either. I just think it
81.
came out of his hand a little low.
Ted, you require 105.
That could be fatal. If Everts can find this to add to his 100 checkout from earlier in the match, that leaves 84. It turns out that mistake from Ross Montgomery will not be punished.
89. Ross, you require 40.
And now that he has this chance to break, he could take the impetus here.
Game shot on a
He finds the
leg.
target in
Ross
3
Montgomery.
consecutive legs, is now not out of the question.
7th and final leg. It's Ross to throw first. Game on.
Does anybody do that little jump on the hockey more accentuated than Ross? Maybe Johnny Clayton. Maybe Gary Anderson. But
82.
I get the feeling if there were judges for someone stepping on the hockey and then going backwards, you might have to give Ross a 5.9. By the way, that's out of 6, not 10.
97.
There is a hush over Portsmouth here on Friday night. Who's going to join? Scott
100.
Taylor, Sebastian Białowski, Steve Hine and John O'Shea. An eclectic mix, if you will. Someone from Poland. We've got Ireland. 2 from England.
93.
Honours even after 6. It's a difficult number to negotiate 319, which is one of the reasons why he switched on Dart 3 to try and trim it down to 220 minimum, but he gets better than that.
Ted can't leave a finish, but he can keep himself right on the coattails, breathing down the neck
134.
of Ross Montgomery. But that advantage of throw that has helped everybody so far pick up their points, other than when they've taken on Scott Taylor.
This is a very similar game to what they played yesterday. Average-wise, they're almost
56.
level. Everts won 4-3 yesterday in a very tight match. If he does it again, Montgomery will be in trouble in this table. And he might have to beat Dave Evans in Game 5 to stay alive.
Ross, you require 126.
Another. Double 6.
114.
Now he has to wait.
Ted, you require 120.
Is it the same as last night? The treble is needed. And that's been his miss on key shots towards the end of legs here this evening in this
44.
opening match for him.
Ross, you require 12.
Montgomery comes back for 6s. And wins it
Shot
by
and the
4
match,
legs to
Ross
3.
Montgomery.
Very even between those two over the 2 games they've played. I just wonder if they could play again this week. The only way that happens is if they both qualify through the group. Look at that tight match there. Not a great deal between them, but Montgomery gets 4 points on the table, and that demotes Lee Cox to the bottom of the table. Everts is now in a bit of a dogfight to get himself in the top 3 by losing that game by the odd leg. Lee Cox will return in his second game of the evening, and he's taking on Dave Evans. Stretches back. Is he going to stretch his advantage in second position when we return?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Ross Montgomery got the better of Ted Evans before the break by 4 legs to 3. Montgomery getting over the line in the last leg decider. So that means Evans, Montgomery and Evans are all on 4 points. And if Lee Cox can get the better of David Evans here, each of those players will be on the same points mark. It really could be battle royale as far as this group is concerned. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Things are continuing to be very, very interesting in this Group B table. But we need to send a bit of a battle cry to Lee Cox, because he is now in 5th position. It's not that he's played badly at all. We've said that many times already. But he really does need to get a victory. He's running out of games. This is his second game of the night.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
He will be 75% through his game quota at the end of this one. He cannot afford to still be on 2 points at the end of this.
121.
If he can get the win, you'll have Evans, Montgomery, Everts and Cox on 4 points. And Scott Taylor standing at the top of the Gladiators
85.
wall saying, "Hello everybody down there, are you going to join me?"
Well, he's battered them away one by one. As Scott Taylor throughout this group, it's been a mightily impressive performance from him.
180.
Well, it's been mightily impressive as well from Lee Cox, who has really rose his levels in 2024 so far. And he's really showing some real good fighting qualities, but
100.
you kind of feel he's running out of chances now.
He needs one of those performances that he put in yesterday against
140.
Montgomery. He averaged 98.42 in beating Ross in 5 legs. That kind of performance could be good enough to beat Dave Evans, who yesterday was very impressive, averaging over 94 for the night.
140.
He had the most maximums of any
requires
player,
60.
getting 7. But Lee has got the better start here.
40.
However, he's just got to find those doubles just a little quicker. Get them in one visit most of the time. And don't have to rely on that second turn.
140.
That is his self-diagnosed problem
Lee
as well,
required
Lee Cox.
20.
If you was to ask him about his game and his
Game shot on the
analysis
first
of his
leg, Lee
performances,
Cox.
it always comes down to the fact that he believes he can score with the very best of them, which is why he believes
Second leg,
that
it's
when he
David to
gets
throw
that
first.
tour card, his game
Game
will
on.
excel to that next level.
Well, look at the bright side. That trend of games being won with the throw, aside from Scott Taylor,
140.
when he doesn't have the throw, it has continued here tonight. Taylor won with the darts against Lee. Montgomery won against Evans with the
134.
darts. So that continues. Lee will get to 4 points, but it's not that simple. We can establish patterns and figure out what's going on.
140.
But like I always say, it's like walking up to a roulette table, you see 11 blacks. You think, well, surely the next one's going to be red. It doesn't mean anything. Just because we've had so many games with the darts does not mean that this will follow suit. Just because you got those 11 black numbers, it doesn't mean the next one will be red. But all we're getting is red at the minute on this board.
180.
Third maximum, and we're only in leg 2. And there's, you see that little smirk, that little
45.
smile across
David,
the
you
face of Lee
require
Cox, who's
41.
thinking, here we go again. He's going to hit everything against me. This is the David Evans of the at-home
9.
darts standard when he
Lee
was just
require
dominating the fields.
142.
Yeah, he was ridiculous back then. He was salivating at the possibility of taking that 142 for a 2-0 lead, you know.
42.
He genuinely
David, you
thought he was
require
going to get a pop at
52.
it. Bit of a step off there. And I don't think Lee wanted to disrupt the rhythm there of Dave. That's why he didn't go after it.
Game shot on his second leg.
Good etiquette,
David
actually, I
Evans.
think, from Lee Cox. Just didn't want to upset the rhythm. Imagine if Dave had gone
Third
for the
leg,
double,
it's Lee to
then
throw
he'd gone for the
first.
flight. He probably would have upset
Game on.
Dave. So I think that was very classy from the London captain. We've actually had some interaction on social media tonight from
123.
someone from Warwickshire. You can get yourself in touch with us on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok at MSS Darts. Get in touch with us if you can.
81.
If you're watching anywhere around the world and on Sporty Stuff TV. But we've had Nigel Hayden get in touch. Nice to hear from you, Nige. And he's going for a
85.
Ted Everts success tonight. Going for one of the Warwickshire boys. Nothing wrong with that.
$100.
Was he watching last night as well when you suggested he'd be the world champion at picking up his keys?
I'm not sure he was, but I think he knows now. We were talking about your action,
57.
Nige, how you go over on that right hip. Because you're very close to the floor. You're really good at picking up the keys.
$140.
Is Nige playing at the minute? Is he doing some stuff?
Yeah, he's still playing in the county system, playing some Super League.
I can imagine him getting through some ADC stuff to get
60.
here.
I'm surprised you haven't seen him here yet, to be honest.
He's played for England as well, hasn't he?
He has. Played at Lakeside, Alexandra Palace.
How many players these days are doing the old
140.
ticking off routine? All right, played there, played there. Haven't played there yet. I'll tick that off. Everybody's trying to get them all. But only some got the Indigo back in
100.
2020, didn't they?
David, you require 40.
Double top. Not a good dart, that one from Dave, but
Game shot
that
on the
one
third
makes up
leg,
for it.
David Evans.
Another world-class leg from Stretch. 14 darter, takes the lead, and that break of throw.
Fourth leg, it's David
Spells
to throw
trouble.
first. Game on.
And we said that certain players may say, why are they always playing well against me? Well, the thing about this group is everybody's playing well.
139.
Their version of bad is not that bad. But when they're playing well,
36.
they're doing things like this. David Evans at the minute, he's averaging over 114.
55.
Well, he was. But if you think that's an accident, let's go back to 2020. I sincerely remember him playing nighttime sessions from home,
180.
daytime sessions against the likes of myself and Webster and Ed House, Aaron Monk, James Hubbard,
57.
Martin Adams. He was popping in 100 averages for nothing. 113, I remember him popping in there as well. He was just remarkable.
100.
The highest we've got for him recorded in terms of tour darts, 108.63. So he's around about his sort of personal best. In fact,
100.
he's going over the top.
80.
It's no battle royal, Matt. He doesn't have to go over the top rope. But at the minute, Lee Cox will feel like he's being
65.
chucked away.
David, you require 70.
Double 16.
38. Lee, you require 100.
These are the kind of chances that Lee's getting in this game. Post leg 1, which he dominated.
100.
He
David,
knows
you
how
require
important that shot
32.
was.
Absolutely, especially the way that David Evans is playing. You would not expect him to miss
Game
3
shot on
darts at the
fourth
double, and he
leg,
doesn't.
David
And
Evans.
David Evans moves himself within a leg of really compiling the
Fifth
misery
leg,
here
it's
on
Lee
Lee
to throw
Cox, who
first.
would be on
Game
just
on.
2 points after 6 games played. He would then have to sit back and watch all other 4 competitors
60.
play before he gets another opportunity to get any points.
If Evans wins this game, is Lee in the position where he has to win his last 2 matches against Ted Evans
81.
and Ross Montgomery and pray that Scott Taylor and Dave Evans go nuts?
Well, it's very rare we ever get a player go through with 6 points, and that would be the maximum that he'd be
180.
able to get. But he's digging deep. He is not laying down in this one. His 4th maximum of the match. 6 in total between the
93.
players.
Evans above. He's averaging over 100. He's only got 1 leg. Maybe he's right, you know.
81.
Maybe everybody does play well against him. It's not funny. Anything but funny. He wants to make Saturday night. What's he going to need? 4 darts? Maybe he does.
180.
Well, I tried it with 6, but it didn't go down too well with Glenn Durrant, if you remember.
60. David,
This
you
is a
require
match-winning opportunity.
147.
The shot is off, and Lee Cox is going to get another chance at 120. Missed it on tops in the previous leg
38. Lee, you require
to bring
120.
things level. There's more urgency in this shot because it's to save the match.
60.
If Dave Evans hits
David,
this
you require
109,
109.
it's double trouble for him. He'd lose the match, and the leg difference swing would be enormous.
45. Lee, you require
Is this
60.
last chance saloon for Lee Cox to save his Group B skin. 2 darts at tops.
Game shot on
Beautiful.
the 5th leg. Lee
Beautiful
Cox.
dart there for Lee Cox under that sort of pressure, under the scoring power that David Evans has been
6th leg. It's
putting him
David to throw
under.
first.
So it's the old
Game on.
coal and diamond scenario here, isn't it?
You probably never saw that scene from
93.
Superman where he picks up a lump of coal, crushes it in his hand and makes a diamond.
Never seen Superman.
Matthew, you and I are going to fall out soon.
81. We
We did have a Superman in a series final once, just over a year ago. when
99.
a certain Raymond Smith won a final against Matt Clark. Oh, that's a good dart, isn't it? That was magic.
99.
How did he get past that dart? Absolute wizardry from the crafty Coxie. This is special.
139.
Look at the counting. That's exceptional from Dave Evans.
Well, Dave Evans is the only player in this group so far to not register a finish over 100.
78.
This
David, you
would be
require
a way
170.
to break that.
He's got 6 darts from here to break a streak
90.
of games won with the darts. But this really has been a world-class performance from Dave.
100.
You just wonder if Lee Cox
David, you
can
require
minimise the
80.
damage somehow, but he needs help. He needs Dave Evans to flag. But the flag is planted in the ground
David Evans.
as Evans wins by 4 legs to 2. He will go to 6 points and his leg difference will go up to +6. He's looking good. He's got 3 games left. And look at that performance. Over 102.5 and 4 out of 9 on the doubles. It could have been even better. That's a scary thought. He's looking good because with those 3 games left, playing like that, he could bag more points. Ted Everts didn't win his first game of the night. Will he win his second? Will he beat Scott Taylor? Join us to find out after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where David Evans has got the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2. And it feels like a common theme that David Evans is kicking off nights quite strongly, because he averaged 92 and beating Ted Everts 4-0 on night 1, averaged 102.5, 4 out of 9 on the doubles to win his game 4-2 to begin night 2, and he finds himself in the ascendancy on 6 points. Next up for us is Ted Everts in action up against Scott Taylor. Everts lost out to Ross Montgomery by 4 legs to 3. That now sees him 4th in the table, but he would leapfrog the Scot if he got the better of Scott Taylor, who already knows he's going to be into the final tomorrow night. Let's get into this one in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
First leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on.
And we're underway, thanks to Jack Garwood, our referee, who's put in a real shift today, doing all 15 games in our Group C campaign as well. Overseeing the likes of John O'Shea and
85.
Steve Hine through. So Warwickshire has one person through to Saturday night action in week 12. Will they get another one? Wow. How good was that one,
80.
How did he fit that in? Answers on a postcard.
He's been absolutely brilliant throughout this entire campaign, Scott
134.
Taylor. So if you told me he scored 240, I wouldn't be surprised.
140.
When he gets the bit between his teeth, Taylor just has this ability to go stratospheric.
100.
We're talking about a player that's averaged over 109 in a weekly final. He's not
60.
showing any signs of slowing down, which is good for him. It's also good for someone like Lee Cox, who needs, for me, the top two
130.
to stretch
Scott,
their
you require
legs and cause
121.
problems for the others. This is a huge game for Lee Cox right now, and it's just as
57.
big for Ted Everts,
Ted, you
who
require
sits in the
52.
table on 4 points. Double top. Superb
Game shot on
start
the
from
first
Ted.
leg, Ted Everts.
Did you know that Super Ted, the series, you know, the
Second
animated
leg, it's
series,
Scott to throw first.
originated in Wales?
Game on.
I really, really want to go to a quiz with you one day.
I won't say that I knew that. I actually
121.
checked that. I was curious. It's about an anthropomorphic teddy bear with superpowers. Who came up with that idea?
59.
I can imagine somebody at Eastraginla Rugby Club near Swansea just saying, oh, you've got an idea. How about a teddy bear with superpowers?
140.
Clock in.
I bet they didn't think 20 years later as well there'd be a dart player using it as a nickname.
97.
We haven't even touched the surface with nicknames yet. What's your favourite?
42.
Everybody says Frosty the Thrower Man.
Yeah, that's a good one, isn't it?
It really is a good one, isn't it?
93.
We've had something called the Walk-On World Championship, which I believe was won by Wayne Mardle.
100.
Correct, that was during COVID and during lockdown.
If they had a nickname World Championship, who do you think would win that?
Maybe we should make it happen.
60. Scott, you require 98.
There we go, treble 20, double 19. That's the ideal one. Have a double 19 anyway.
60.
He says goodbye to the opportunity of getting it in 5 visits. All will be well if he takes it in 6.
$42. Scott, you require 38.
The age-old argument, go?
Game shot on
Well,
the
I
second
can't even
leg,
say
Scott
or
Taylor.
split because he's done it in 1 dart.
Third leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on.
Don't forget you can be here on Saturday night if you're in the Portsmouth area or if you fancy a bit of a road trip. And we have seen over the last few weeks a few people
58.
making a real night of it. Getting down here a little bit early, going for some food on London Road. And then we've seen some seasoned
125.
darts fans come here for a bit of a pilgrimage to say, I was there. Atmosphere here for 2 weeks ago when Tom Sykes won. That was amazing.
Did you mean to do that? Go for food and some seasoned
59.
darts?
Food just dominates my vernacular. I think it's a problem.
96.
It's a very different experience here on a Saturday night, isn't it? It's someone that played up there on a Saturday night, and there's nothing I can compare it to.
100.
I don't think there are many of us pundits here at the Super Series who have not played on a Saturday. I haven't.
134.
Scott Mitchell has. Chris Mason's won on this stage and played on a Champions Night when Conan Whitehead won. You've been to a Saturday night?
We all say the same thing when we played on it. It's
140.
very edgy because the format
you
on a
require
Saturday night, you don't have time like
146.
you do in a group campaign like this to try and get that recovery.
I don't think there's much in the way of recovery time for the bottom three at the minute.
95.
I know
Tenji
that Dave
require
Evans is
144.
not safe by any means on 6 points, but his leg difference is looking very sweet at the minute. That shot was looking potentially sweet.
96. Scott, you
But
require
after taking the
51.
first leg, his head could be reeled in. Double 10.
41.
Edges the wire on the wrong
Tenji
side.
require 48.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
And
third leg.
Everett survives
10-11.
that leg. He could have easily lost it, but he did what Taylor did not.
Fourth leg.
in
It's
killing
Scott
the
to
leg
throw
off.
first. Game on.
Weirdly, Taylor averaging 99, Everett's 88. How many times over the last couple of days, Matt, have we
140.
seen games where people who have the darts have that lesser average but the lead? It's very, very common.
70.
Who do you think is the most nervous
97.
in the practice room right now, looking at this game?
I think both Ross Montgomery and Lee Cox are probably going to be
115.
watching this with key interest, hoping that Scott Taylor gets the victory. I suppose David Evans even doesn't want
100.
to see too many in the chasing pack. It's that situation now, isn't it, where all the players will become Scott Taylor fans, that they hope he can do a favour for them in the fact that he's already got the 10 points on the board.
I couldn't agree more. I think Scott Taylor's got a lot of fans here tonight.
97. Scott, you require 164.
And with the standard that he's been playing, he might be gaining a few fans as well.
He is very exciting to watch.
100.
He hits that board with a thunderous thud. Can you imagine what happens if you give him a dart over 40 grams? Oh, that's right. They did it earlier.
99.
Watch out on the social
Scott, you
channels for the
require
MODUS
64.
Super Series to see these lads throwing darts that are way over the legal limit.
44.
It's worth a watch.
Tenji require 120.
Believe me, it was great fun. Doesn't get the 60. So Taylor gets a chance at redemption on
45.
10s.
Scott, you
Everett is
require
starting
20.
to show signs of frustration. This has been a really long week for him. But then again, it
Shot
has
on the
been for
fourth
Scott
leg,
Taylor.
Scott
They're both playing
Taylor.
their 5th day, and they are level.
Fifth leg. It's Ted to throw first. Game on.
Are you a fan of the Scott Taylor emblem on the back of his shirt? I know some people who think that is really important.
99.
I do like a bit of funky design. You're a big fan of the Ross Smith one, aren't you?
Oh, best dart shirt out there.
134.
Bar none. I'll argue that with anyone. Having said that, the Nathan Aspinall shirt from last night, which was probably a one-off, if that finds its way to an auction, I'll gladly bid on it. It was a beauty.
96.
But as for a stock dart shirt that someone will wear week in, week out, I am a huge fan of Ross. And that shirt for me is
140.
a top tier effort. What's your favourite dart shirt on tour at the minute? And you can't say yours.
You knew where I was going there, didn't you?
42.
Oh, come on, Matt. You've improved since Toothpaste Gate. What does Taylor want to do here?
131.
He was in two minds as to whether to go back to that 60, because that first dart in the small 20 might have been one of those arrows in the board that rejects the third if you hit it too hard. I think that courageous play going for the
28.
18s was very bold and
Scott,
very
you require
wise.
96.
Double 8.
88.
Time on his hands. Scott Taylor outscoring Ted Everts in this one, despite the fact Ted Everts has got the advantage of throw here. He could find himself in a bit of bother, and that will be
96.
music to the
Scott,
ears
you
of the
require
practice
8.
room. We'll be watching this with key interest.
Game shot on a fifth leg. Scott Taylor.
3-2 it is with a 14 dart leg. How many times tonight and last night have we said that Scott Taylor has
Sixth
had a
leg,
leg
it's Scott to
of
throw
15 or
first.
better? It's
Game
happening
on.
so often. For me, he's fast becoming the favourite for Saturday night.
Well, he set himself the target, didn't he? He wanted to go through the card again when he went through it
180.
yesterday. Only 4 people, I believe, to date have managed to achieve that. The most recent one was David Davies not too many weeks ago. Went through the card and back the other way. Scott Taylor
43.
is well and truly on track.
Somewhat wry smile there as he misses dart 5 for the perfect leg. The second time in this contest, he's left 1-8-1 after 6. There's nothing that Everts can do from here. Hit and hope, really.
180.
Only 3 maximums in this game. I say that because we had 7 in the previous one.
168.
He didn't mean to leave 13. I tell you what, that'll do your average some good until you go for the 13. I think Everett sees the funny side of that one. Everybody likes a treble 16, but not to leave 13.
96. Scott, you require 13.
Should be 5 for double 4. Oh, and that's
No
why it's
score.
so tricky.
Well, it's unlucky for some, that number, apparently. It's unlucky for Scott Taylor.
And he hit the double 4 when he threw the second dart. I think he's had a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire moment
53.
there. But we don't
Scott,
want to
you
give you
require
that.
13.
That's a better single. And he gets the
Shot.
double for the
And the
second
match.
time.
Scott
This
Taylor.
time it's legit as he gets a 4-2 win. Scott Taylor with an excellent performance. Doesn't quite hit the 100 average, but if you were rounding up, you would give him it. 99.95, and he dominated that game at times, and Everts only got 2 shots at a double. Consequently, he hit them both, but he needed more chances, didn't he? 12 points for Taylor. Everts will have to settle for 4 with 2 games to go. It is Evans against Montgomery next, and my word, this one could deliver. We've already seen brilliance from Evans tonight. Will we see it again?
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Scott Taylor continued his winning run. That's now 6 out of 8 that has been completed as far as this group is concerned. Not many players have gone through that whole group without defeat. In fact, only 4 in history have in the Super Series format. He beat Ted Evans by 4 legs to 2, who, well, find himself in a bit of peril now. Everett's on 4, Montgomery on 4, Evans now on 6 points ahead of his clash with Ross Montgomery. If he can win this one stretch, he may just stretch away from the rest of the pack. Let's watch this one with Matt and Paul.
Yeah, game 5, I'm sure, will not disappoint, as it is now England versus Scotland. Stretch really was phenomenal in his first game of the night. He had to wait till game 3 for it.
Game on.
But it was worth the wait. 102.5 average. Only 3 maximums. He was outgunned in that department by Lee Cox. But that was about it.
140.
David Evans, for me, has got the absolute perfect fixture routine tonight. You get to come in, you get to have that practice room a little bit more to yourself when there's only 5 of you in there, 2 practice boards, 2 players on the stage means it's only could be a 2 and a 1 on the boards, and that's provided everyone wants to play at the same time. So you get a good sort of half an hour in a quiet and practice room before
58.
It's play one, miss one, play one, miss one. It's the absolute perfect fixture list.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. You can get yourself into a lovely routine.
140.
Whereas Montgomery's got a fairly long shift tonight. He's got the last game of the schedule tonight against Scott Taylor. He could be the person
134.
who has the task of having to beat the undefeated player to qualify. As it stands, though, he is in the top 3. He's in a qualifying spot. However, with 4 points and a leg difference of -5, if he were to lose this game 4-1, he would drop into the bottom 2.
Rossi require 121.
He's got to protect that position with everything he's got. And Evans is at it again. He's on a double after 12.
97.
He continues to do this.
David, you require
He could
32.
butcher players tonight.
Game shot on
Well,
the
he was
first
playing
leg.
really
David
well
Evans.
as well yesterday, wasn't he, David Evans, averaging in 94 for all of his 4 matches
Second leg,
combined.
it's Ross to throw first.
But it was just
Game on.
overshadowed slightly by Scott Taylor. Had it not been a night where someone like Scott Taylor went through the card with 4 from 4, we would be absolutely going crazy over the
81.
numbers and the performance that David Evans put in last night.
I concur. I think what Dave has proved over the last few years,
57.
because he was exceptional on the Challenge Tour in 2020, is that the Pro Tour is maybe not for everybody at all times. When he went to the Pro Tour 2021-2022, he proved that he was still a great player by having a really good few matches, but on a consistent basis against the elite. Didn't happen. But now that he's had that year
82.
to rediscover himself, to have a bit of a rest away from that kind of pressure, it really does look like Dave Evans is back in the form of 2020. I can't wait to see what he does this year.
100.
And imagine if he has another brilliant few months and he has that question to answer again. If he goes to the Pro Tour or whether he just stays at this level. It'd be a fascinating answer.
140. Rossi
And I
require
reckon if you asked him now,
140.
and asked him in 6 months and in 12 months, you may get different answers.
100.
That was a bit close, wasn't it?
Didn't give enough air to that one, did he? We could have easily caught the flight. We saw that this afternoon.
140. Rossi require
Jimmy Van
40.
Ski, wasn't it? They got the bust on 80 when he hit a treble 20 with Dart 2.
Game shot on the
That
second
is
leg.
really
Ross
good from
Montgomery.
Monty. As he takes us to 1-1.
Third leg, it's David to throw
Both
first.
playing beautifully at the
Game
start
on.
of this one. It is not disappointing at all. still gets me going, you know. I go back
84.
to when I was a kid. England versus Scotland at darts. It's still got something. I know that there are really good rivalries within darts individually. But England versus Scotland,
129.
England versus Wales, Wales versus Scotland, and there are other rivalries in darts around Europe, particularly maybe Belgium versus the Netherlands. That's pretty juicy as well. I know
135.
there's some pretty good rivalries in the likes of Hungary and places down there against the Croatians and the Serbians and the Czechs. Great rivalries all over
83.
the place, especially the Kiwis against the Aussies. That's really good as well. But England versus Scotland has got something about it. And you have to go all the way back to the early 80s when you had the likes of Bristow versus Jockey.
140.
I still think there's something there, you know.
You get it quite a lot on the exhibition circuit, don't you? A lot of the England versus Scotland battles and rivalries.
59. David, you require 142.
Some of the specials nights.
54.
There's even a bit of rivalry in North America, isn't there? Canada versus the United States. Cross-border challenge. That's coming up this year.
180.
That's a remarkable 180.
David, you require 88.
Good grouping. One of the best compliments you can pay a dart player on a scoring visit like that. 777.
Shot
Oh,
on the third
yeah.
leg,
A 15
David
darter. And Dave Evans retakes the lead. Ross Montgomery has done very little wrong here. He's averaging
Fourth
112
leg,
and
it's Ross to
losing.
throw first. Game on.
I don't bring this phrase out very often, and the first person I ever talked about when talking about this phrase
134.
was our late great friend Kyle Anderson. But I do think that Dave Evans has been sipping from the cup of brilliant darts juice tonight.
108.
And it's getting scary. He's gone over 110 now. What's Ross thinking doing this?
108.
Take over, Matt. I'm running out of words.
I ain't got any to add to this. This is absolutely insanity. Incredible darts.
140.
Thought we was going to be on for the 9. I feel like it's brewing. And this is a sort of game it tends to happen.
Do you know what, Matt? That 6th dart should have been a treble 20 because the other two were so well positioned.
We are witnessing
100.
a Super Series classic right now.
Keep this going, lads. This really is worth every single moment. Making that treble 20 look like it's the size of the Isle of Wight.
87.
Double 18 for an 11 dart leg. Evans is on 41 after 9. He might not get a look at it.
69.
But now he does.
David, you
He's
require
been lurking
41.
in this leg, making himself a real pest. Oh my
Shot on
word,
the
that's a
fourth
12 dart leg.
David Evans.
This is a special performance of which you rarely see on this stage.
Fifth leg,
Ross
it's David to
Montgomery
throw first.
is going to feel
Game on.
like he's been cursed.
This is not a one-off performance either from David Evans. He's been playing like this. He's been playing quality for his whole
100.
campaign. His opening game, he averaged 102.56. Well, the question was, can he keep that up? He's actually going not just one better, but many better.
100.
I don't have to hand the highest losing average in Portsmouth, but this has got to be close. If Ross loses this match.
85.
Because the fact remains, he's going to have to break Evans twice to get a result.
I believe the highest losing average was actually 118,
140.
which was Darryl Pilgrim against Scott Taylor.
Oh, that's right. That's the game he got the 9 in. It's not as if Darryl Pilgrim's got enough records. Yeah, that was a rather good purple patch, wasn't it?
55.
Lost with 180 and then put in 122 in the next game.
Well, Ross is coming back at him here.
83.
A bit of a slip with the last start, and the way that David Evans is playing, it may be punished.
You do fancy him to take 261 and 6.
140.
It's just what he's doing.
He's looking so in control of his emotions, isn't he? He's not getting carried away. He doesn't look like a player who's playing at the peak of his performance.
138.
He's just cruising
David,
around the
you
stage
require
like he's got plenty in the
121.
locker.
Montgomery's going to the back of the stage now thinking, okay, I'm ready to shake his hand. He's going to hit this. He's going to hit this.
96.
I'm surprised he didn't.
Ross, you require 40.
If he'd hit that, Ross's losing average would be 114.82.
Game shot on a
But he's
fifth
still in the
leg,
match.
Ross Montgomery.
This is incredible, this game. 61 years of age.
Sixth flag. It's Ross to throw
I
first.
don't throw out this very often. He's
Game
still
on.
got it. And that whole thing, please don't anybody say this tonight, because I hate this phrase. Rolling back the years.
100.
He hasn't been anywhere. Apart from the PDC Tour, he's been a great dart player for about 30 years. So he's not rolling anything. He's just playing beautifully in this
60.
game and still losing.
Yeah, 114.23 the average. The highest recorded winning average for Ross Montgomery is 101.71.
100.
So he's playing 13 points over his personal best, and he's getting beat.
Yeah, that ton there, he was very displeased with it. Because he knows exactly what he needs to do.
140.
Tons aren't good enough in this game. Dave Evans has had 8 140 plus scores. And on top of that, a maximum as well.
100.
That is quite sickening. Ross has had 17 scores of a ton or more. And there's another max.
180.
This is the greatest game I've ever seen at the Super Series.
60.
It has been
David, you
relentless
require 121.
since the first visit. He missed the bull to win the match in the previous leg. He doesn't need the bull this time. There was a case for the 25 and
Ross,
bull
you
with the
require
last start,
141.
but he's masterfully left double 12. And just for a moment, because this has been one of the best games we've ever seen in Portsmouth, if that 141 went in, it would have been a mic drop.
57.
But double 12
David, you
will give
require
Dave Evans
24.
a brilliant win. Bravo.
Game shot and the match.
That's all you can
David
say about that
Evans.
performance. That is a cheek-puffing performance from Stretch, who averages over 108. And look at Montgomery, 108 himself. An astonishing match of darts, of which we all need to have a little bit of a lie down, but we still have more darts to come. That's only the halfway point tonight. We will survey that when we come back, and when we are ready for more hockey action, it will be Everts against Cox in a vital game.
And brief. What a game we've just seen there before the break between David Evans and Ross Montgomery. It was absolutely scintillating. The combined averages in that game, incidentally, was in excess of 217, the second biggest recorded in this particular competition. Paul Nicholson was watching it in the commentary box with great pleasure. And what a night we've seen so far because, well, even aside from that game, it's been a great night of darts so far.
Evans has played so well. And I'm not giving him enough credit with those two words. I don't use this one word enough when it comes to Super Series darts because I like to keep it in reserve for games like that. That was amazing. You don't often get games where both average over 108. And when they happen, you just sit back and you think, darts is just the sport that keeps on giving. Ross Montgomery is going to think, how on earth could I win that game? He needed to be visit perfect from the start just to get rid of stretch. That's what David Evans can do.
Well, it was an incredible game, that is for sure. These are the other games that we've seen so far this evening. Scott Taylor, well, he made it an easy passage through to tomorrow night's final. Needed just one win, where he's got two, and he may well be a couple of games away from becoming, well, adding on to that list of players that would have won all games in a Group B campaign. What's Montgomery beat Ted Everts, who is without a win so far this evening. Let's begin by talking about Scott Taylor, because really he's just carried on from the form he left off in last night.
Yeah, he has actually. The high 90s average stuff, the doubles are still there. The ferociousness is still there. And you can tell how much he wants to get 8 wins out of 8. We've even had David Davis tweet in today saying that he's hoping that maybe Scott's going to do that as well to join the club. But that was a great performance against Lee Cox, who himself has played some great stuff tonight. But I think if Ross and Lee were to get together for a couple of minutes and have a chat, they'd have some very similar things to say. We're playing well, we're just not getting points.
Most certainly that. And look, David Evans, we said that possibly at the beginning of the show someone could steal a march if they go off to a good start. Obviously, of course, that game we saw before the break. But even in that first game, there was signs he's come out of the gates firing.
Yeah, his timing is so good on the release. When he gets it right, his technique is just flawless. I know that his confidence has taken a real battering over the last couple of years. But this really does feel like Stretch is back. And I'm glad to see this version of Dave back, because when we played against him at home during COVID, he was just the kind of person who gave you nightmares.
And he's given the rest of the field nightmares, and he may be moving one step closer to the finals. This is how the table occupies itself then. So we know Scott Taylor is through. We knew that from the first game this evening. David Evans is oh so almost there. He's on 8 points. He's 4 clear. The legs difference is so good in his favour as well. So it looks like for that third spot, it's a fight between Montgomery, Everts and Cox. On the basis of that last performance from Ross, does that make him a slight favourite in your mind?
No, it doesn't, because there's no guarantee that he's going to replicate that in the second half of play. We now have to think about that result being good for Lee Cox, because the leg difference between the bottom 3, it's so tight. And Lee wins his next game, he is firmly in the fight. If he gets a big win and costs his opponent legs there, the swings are huge.
As a player, what's it like when you've played a game like Ross has had and you get nothing out of it?
You feel a bit hollow. You'll feel good about the fact you've played well, but in this format, yes, you've done that in game 2. You've still got a chance to put it right. But in knockout darts, if you've lost and you're out, you think, well, I didn't get anything for it. I lost to Michael van Gerwen in Perth a few years ago. It's still the biggest average in World Series history. I averaged 103 and he made it look like 73.
Well, we're hoping for more like that when it comes to Champions Week next week.
He is Chucky! He is Jim McEwen!
It all begins Monday morning, 9:30. These are the confirmed players into Champions Week. Andy Bolton, Wayne Jones, Tom Sykes, Chaz Barstow, Cam Crabtree and Reece Colley have all won their weeks, whilst Darren Webster, Ron Moulenkamp, Gary Stone and Ryan Harrington are the top 4 players confirmed from the reserve list. The full 12 players, of course, the winner of this week, and then the final 12 player will be revealed in due course. But we spoke to Matt Edgar at the end of this afternoon's programme. We'll get your thoughts and perceptions on the 10 players that we know are there so far and who you think the real runners and riders of that pack could be.
Andy Bolton's had to wait a long time to come back here, but he's about as experienced as anybody on that stage over the last 18 months. He's going to be really hard to beat, in my opinion. I fancied Chaz when we spoke last night. I think him being local, he's got a score to settle with this place because he hasn't played as well here as he did in the previous studio. But now that he's got the weekly title here, he may be ready to open up a can of worms and wins. And it would be no surprise to me to see Chaz getting a win here in the series. It would be a very popular win in Hampshire.
It's always very exciting when we crown a new champion, and there's a guarantee that we're going to crown a new champion come next Saturday night. But the interesting thing is, yes, we're going to crown a new winner, but there's a lot of players that have been at Champions League before. There's been successful on this stage before, but haven't lifted the big trophy yet.
There are players out there who have got multitude of success in a weekly sense, but not the series title. That's the big fish that everybody wants to catch. Steve West has got 4 weekly titles, and nobody won more weekly titles in qualifying than him last year. But he didn't win a series. That is something he'll try to fix a little bit later this year when he's out of his hip rehab. But someone like Andy Bolton, I've said for the last 4 or 5 years that he's looking for that title that will signify his career. He's won Portland Opens and other things in Scotland and all around the UK. But he hasn't got that title that really does sit around his neck and he said, I won this. I think if he won a series, that would be really good for him.
And we wish Steve West all the very best as well in his recovery. Champions League getting underway Monday morning, 9:30 on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Well, the race for that final place at Champions Week intensifies, and the race for a place through to Saturday night's final is very much in the offing in our 6th game of the evening session. Ted Evans and Lee Cox in a must-win game for both. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way up to the commentary box to describe the action alongside Matthew Edgar.
I was watching the players leave the stage following that classic game between David Evans and Ross Montgomery. And Ross Montgomery showing all that sort of old school style. David Evans trying to point out the average on the screen, saying, look, you played well, pal, 108. He didn't want to know any of it. The only thing he cared about was the win and loss column.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
And that is something that is going to be vital for the two players on stage right now. Lee Cox may have thought he was out of the running
100.
not too long ago. He has played 6 fixtures, but he's only got the 2 points. However, coming into lap number 7, if he is able to win this
58.
game, will leapfrog himself into a qualifying position. And we say it all the time. In a Group B, you just never really feel out
100.
of the running. And the story that we always tell was that of David Pallett in the old venue where he lost all 4 games on the first day, came back and won all 4 and ended up
100.
qualifying. I have a feeling that if Lee Cox is to get himself through this group, we may be telling the story of Lee Cox quite a lot
100.
on a Thursday and Friday night.
$140.
Lee Cox was looking for the 5-ton leg, the one treble a throat.
81. $59. Lee require 120.
Well, Lee's had a plenty of looks at this 120 tonight. Still hasn't taken it.
40. Ted, you require 144.
He wanted more than that to make the next potential visit just a little bit easier. From 120, Matt.
100.
You want to be sitting
you
on
require
tops, don't you?
80.
You don't want to have to burn 2 darts or even 1 dart to get to a double. Double 5.
Game shot on
But
the
he
first
does the
leg.
job
Lee
well
Cox.
to take the first leg here. We could be in for a fascinating end to the night
Second leg, it's Ted to
if
throw
Lee
first.
Cox wins this one.
Game on.
They've both got 2 matches left. The more I think about this,
96.
the more I see Montgomery's name maybe just popping into third spot.
Well, this is lap number 7. Lee Cox
60.
taking on Ted Everts. If he wins, will temporarily go into that third position. But Lee Cox's last fixture is actually against Ross Montgomery.
140.
Have some real main event style clashes with some really good stories coming up in the back end of this evening.
140.
This is what we like, isn't it? The drama, the backwards and forwards, the ups, the downs, the roller coaster.
Just from everything you said in that sentence, I'm starting to get queasy.
57.
You like a roller coaster?
Love it.
Favourite?
At the moment, Wicker Man.
180.
I like that. So does Lee. I haven't been on a roller coaster for years. I went on the Nemesis at Alton Towers when it first opened.
Lee require
That was an education.
121.
Well, Lee Cox is not legless in this game. And he's not doubling down
73.
there.
Ted, you require 108.
But he still has a chance of doubling down if Ted can't find 419s and double 16. He just about gets the 4.
Game shot on
And
a
does get
second
the
leg.
32 on
Ted
the end.
Everts.
Sometimes you can get a ton plus finish and throw 2 good darts and 1 dart that just
Third
about
leg, it's
hits
Lee
the
to throw
target.
first.
That's exactly what
Game
Ted's just
on.
done.
$45.
Regardless of what happens over the next 5 games, I'll be fascinated to speak to Lee about what this group has been like to play in. Winning averages tonight in these
96.
matches. Get your gills around this. 97.2, 92.34, 102.56, 99.95, and 108.71. They are only the winning averages. I said earlier tonight, and I meant it, it was one of the best Group B nights that I can remember. This is taking last night's Group B
58.
action, putting it in a mixing bowl, getting an immersion blender on it and saying, mincemeat.
Well, Lee Cox is averaging the high end of 92 across 6 fixtures.
108.
So very nearly 93. If you include this performance, he'll be averaging 93. He sat bottom of the table with 1 win after 6.
He's got 7 180s tonight, Matt. 7. He got 3
100.
in 4 games yesterday. He hasn't even completed 3 yet, and he's more than doubled it. And he still hasn't won a game.
59.
It's nights like this, I'm absolutely delighted to be sat up here.
I concur.
$60. Lee, you require 158.
6 darts from here. A somewhat unexpected luxury. Nice time to take a breath.
98.
He'll be back for 60. I think another compliment to this group is the fact that no game has been won tonight by 4 legs to 0 or 4 legs to 1.
133. Lee, you
Everything
require
has had a
60.
maximum, well, a minimum of 6 legs.
Game shot on the third leg.
I get the feeling
Lee
this is going to
Cox.
be the same in this game, unless Lee Cox finds a blitz from here. And very often we do bet
Fourth
builders
leg, it's
coming
Ted to throw
into a
first.
campaign like this.
Game on.
If you went for a minimum of 6 legs per match in the first 5 games tonight, that is rare.
100.
Just remember, over 18s only, beggambleaware.org for more information, and please gamble responsibly when you are fluttering on anything here at the Modus Super Series.
81.
I was watching the players as well up on the stage having a practice, and Ted Everts was probably the more, dare I say, distracted of the two. There's some screens just to the back of the stage which would show our
140.
audience on a Saturday night so they can see the board and see the action. Every time something came up like the league table, Ted was sort of peering around at the back
40.
to have a look at the table and just confirm the positions. And I think he's probably someone who's, well, he's certainly not used to this sort of environment, and I think he's trying to play it as a continuum and probably feeling the pressure of the situation a little bit here, Ted.
Yeah, when you go to Pro Tour action in the PDC, there's a screen in the venue that tells you
Ted, you
who's
require
playing who.
81.
That's it. No such thing as a league table. People do get a bit obsessed with the
49.
old rankings tables, like the Pro Tour Order of Merit, the European Order of Merit, the Players' Championship Order of Merit, the World Rankings.
57.
But
Ted,
just
you
play.
require 32.
Just try and win the game that you're in.
Game shot on a
And
four
Ted has had a
flag.
wonderful
Ted
time on
Evans.
double 16 in this game. He's seen it twice and hit it twice.
He doesn't look
Fifth
like a
leg,
guy who's
it's
having a
Lee to
wonderful
throw
time, though,
first.
does he? He's
Game on.
really something weighing down quite heavy on Ted right now. You feel that he kind of needs this. He needs to get through
125.
this to really sort of grow in that confidence again. He's the sort of player I expect to be seeing in Champions Weeks and the very back end of it.
95.
And it's another game that's going to go a minimum of 6 legs. Bradley Brooks had a wonderful Friday, picking up 4 wins from 5.
43.
We were speculating today that if Ted Everts made Saturday night, Bradley would stick around. But if he doesn't make the top 3, I think Bradley goes home alongside Ted, who's got a slightly shorter journey.
40.
Unless they've already booked until Sunday, they might just stay to get the money's worth, you see.
That's the kind of thing that other people have done from overseas. I remember Victor Tingstrom stayed around when he didn't
60.
qualify for Saturday night. Stayed to watch Anton Östlund. I wonder what we're going to get from the Swedes this year. Are we going to see another nation make their presence felt? Because Sweden really did a great job in 2023.
134.
Weekly titles for Harrison, for Östlund. What nation will stand up here in 2024?
95.
I do wonder if we're going to get a South African here. I've had a South African before with Simon Adams.
100.
Champagne shot left for Ted. Trying to leave 78.
100.
Does a good job.
Ted, you require 132.
If he misses this bullseye, he wants the 25 high left. That doesn't do the trick.
$76. Lee, you require 78.
Cox is averaging 87 to Ted's 97. Double 6.
66.
He does not protect his throw with that
Ted, you
78
require
out,
56.
giving Everts the chance to break. These are the fine margins of this group. He misses his chance, you hit. And that's
Shot on
exactly
the
what
fifth
Everts
leg,
does.
Ted Everts.
That might be the difference between getting through and not tonight. Moments like that.
Sixth leg. It's
This
Ted
is a
to throw
brutal
first.
sport sometimes.
Game on.
And even when Lee Cox is starting to improve to the level that almost got him a tour card, these are the harsh lessons that you've got to get past.
57.
Exactly that, because in that situation, you've kind of only got yourself to blame because you've had an opportunity. Your opponent hasn't missed, granted, but
93.
he was there first. You had the first opportunity, a couple of darts, and that is the difference, especially in terms of this group and the standard of which is being played in this Group B. You can't be expecting return visits to the board. But that was a bit flicky there from Ted Everts.
44.
I used to work with a girl called Flicky. It's an Irish nickname for someone called Felicity. You didn't know that?
140.
Lovely woman.
I've seen some very weird Irish names. There's one that's got like an X in it and an O, and they're like, oh, that's Owen. So, no, it's not.
Yeah, I've worked with a few Irish folk over the years with some interesting
59.
spellings. A girl called Queever. I don't know how to spell it. There's an M and an H in there. Siobhan with a B and an H.
43.
Remember Egan O'Neill, a dart player?
Yeah.
I still can't spell his name off by heart.
I can't spell a lot of names, but I think I can spell that one because it's Eogan, isn't it?
Something along those lines. I'm sure we've got plenty of people
59.
tuning in from Ireland. We always get a really good amount of people watching from a great darting nation of Ireland here for Friday nights.
65.
If you are tuning in from Ireland, please get in touch. I know our friend Alan Keown will be watching. He watches every Friday and Saturday night. I know he was watching last night.
$100.
Tons not enough to get to a finish.
Lee, you require 160.
Averages are starting to level out here between the two. But if Lee gets a chance this time, you fear
100.
he cannot miss that 60. Whatever Everts leaves. When you're getting 2 darts at a double in this group,
130.
you must take your chance.
Lee, you require
Because look at what
60.
Everts has done again.
Game
Brilliantly
shot on
done.
the sixth leg,
We go the
Lee
distance.
Cox.
First time since game 2.
7th and final leg.
And
It's
we are
Lee
going
to
to
throw
leg
first.
7.
Game on.
But tonight is just so good that you just don't want it to stop. It has to stop somewhere. This is actually, I hate to say
60.
this, but it's true, statistically the worst game of the night. It's still a belter.
You mentioned as well about the leg difference and the swing that could pose. Well, that question's been answered here because a tight game means that
58.
Lee Cox isn't going to gain too much if he wins this, or he's not going to get too much over Ted Everts in that column. So that's going to keep the legs difference very much alive.
81.
And this group, in terms of that third place, may be decided on leg difference.
I have to agree. Might even go to legs 1. Cox wins this leg. He's 4 points minus
180.
Everts wins, he goes to 6 points minus 7. First and foremost, Lee
78.
needs this win. Otherwise, all he can do is get to 4 points by beating Ross Montgomery. That's not going to be enough.
And he's in trouble. A big maximum from Ted Everts. Let's give him the
59.
opportunity here. He's got a lead in regards to the scoreboard. Lee needs a couple of trebles.
100.
He's only got 1. He was trying to squeeze the lemon for a bit more. There's nothing left. He might just close his eyes here and hope that Ted is troubleless. His wish comes
56.
true. What he would give for a 130 approach, which is exactly what Ted did in the previous leg. He's going to stay up there. It's brilliant.
140.
It's better than brilliant.
Ted, you require 148.
Very resistant and resilient. A word I haven't used before to describe Lee Cox before this campaign. But he's got an opportunity. And we said earlier on, 2 darts
58. Lee,
is
you
about all
require
you're going to be
42.
getting here. And a chance to move himself into the top 3.
Double 16.
26. Ted, you require 90.
He's thinking right now, Please don't do this to me, because yesterday Ted Evans beat him 4-3. Can he recover? It's trickier now. It's now impossible. Lee's had 2 match darts in the bottom left corner.
Requires 16.
He gets another try. And he can't find the target.
Ted, you require 52.
Does Ted steal it? He's adorned in red and yellow and blue. If he hits tops, it might as well be black and white.
Game shot and the match.
It is a
Ted
steal,
Evans.
and Lee Cox looks like he's not going to make Saturday night on this occasion. So much resilience he has shown over the last couple of days, but he comes up just short against Ted Evans again. 4-3 yesterday, 4-3 tonight, and there's something similar to last night in the 180 column as well. They both got 2 180s on that occasion. The same has happened again. But 2 visits to win the match for Lee. He's not able to do it, and by our calculation, he is not going to make Saturday night. As far as the next game is concerned, this could give us anything. Evans against Taylor, don't miss it.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the drama continues in Group B. Ted Evans getting the better of Lee Cox in a last leg decider, 4-3. That puts him on to 6 points. And as far as Lee Cox is concerned, that looks like the writing's now on the wall. Evans 6, Evans 8, Montgomery 4. And we're going to see Evans in action up against Scott Taylor, who has just been able to sit back and enjoy the action. Let's enjoy the action now with Paul and Matt.
We will enjoy it. Of that, there is no doubt. Because we're still reveling in the fact that David Evans won with 108 plus average against Ross Montgomery in Game 5. But what we're getting tonight is a great deal of closeness. But we have our first person eliminated. We are down to 4 people looking for 3 spots. And you've got to feel for Lee Cox. He's played so well the last couple of days, but he's come up short once again in a group that has been nothing short of sick.
Well, with Scott Taylor sat at the top on 12 points, we're looking for 2 players from 3, essentially. And David Evans could confirm his place as well with a victory here. And then make it 1 place for 2 players, Ted Everts and Ross Montgomery, to battle it out. And this is a game that has a little bit of personal rivalry.
85. David, you require
Indeed.
170.
They've both graced the darting aisle tonight. They've actually shared the old wedding aisle, haven't they?
119.
Darts as a family, after all.
I was going to say, it wasn't together, it was best man,
45.
wasn't it?
David, you require 51.
He's at it again.
Game shot on the first leg, David Evans.
Predictable brilliance from David Evans. First
Second
time
leg,
tonight,
it's Scott to throw first.
we have seen somebody
Game on.
defeated in Lee Cox by someone not averaging 90.
180.
What is the likelihood of the winner being under 90 in this game? Very, very slim.
60.
He really wants to beat him again, doesn't he? All you got to do is look at his face.
60.
I love to watch Scott Taylor play. I love his style. It's wham bam, thank you ma'am, smashing 180 style darts.
59.
I think he picked it out yesterday, didn't he, in the chat when he goes, oh, I don't want to lose to David Evans.
44.
Don't tell me there aren't local rivalries between towns. Bolton is not far from Preston. It's just down, I think it's the M61, right?
140.
I used to live in Bamberbridge, just outside of Preston, and going to the Reebok Stadium just down the road. It was not far at all. Look at that face. Look at that 177.
77.
Sometimes you've got to fight your friends on the hockey. It's a bit like that fight from last Saturday night between Boazzi and Aziz. 2 good pals from South London, but my word, they didn't half box each other's heads off. And they're doing it here on the hockey. That's a 13-dart leg.
Third
I think
leg,
the whole
it's David to
demeanour
throw
of
first.
Scott Taylor
Game
right
on.
now would make you think he's about to get into the boxing ring. He's proper up for this.
You're not seeing a great deal of anger from David, but that's not how he plays the game. He's never been aggressive. I think he struggles to be aggressive because he's just such a lovely bloke.
134.
I think he just wants to find that right level of calmness where he can just play placidly.
140.
He might as well be living in a bubble right now. He's playing that well.
180.
All you can do is laugh. It's one of the angriest maximums I've ever seen. Who needs enemies when you play like this against your friends?
That, a 5th 140 for David Evans
85.
already.
David,
This
you
is a
require 81.
fine exhibition of power scoring.
Anybody fancy double 13? Of course they
Game shot on
do.
the
It's
third
2-1
leg,
Evans with a
David
12
Evans.
darter this time. We're getting better by the leg. The answer to the
Fourth leg,
question,
it's Scott
can
to
anybody
throw
beat
first.
Scott Taylor? Well, maybe
Game
David
on.
Evans is the person to do it.
I think we could be going on for a record here with David Evans. The way he's playing, this could be the best
100.
record day we've had of anybody. Because I can't ever recall anybody having 4 ton-plus averages either.
180.
I'd have to look through my notes,
See?
but I can remember somebody averaging 100 for the day. Only just. It wasn't that long
100.
ago.
This is well over that. 102.56 in game 1, 108.71 in game number 2, and he's now averaging 114.73.
137.
Make that 116.25 here against Scott Taylor.
I'm pretty sure it was Littler, you know, who averaged 100 for the day. The last time he was here.
I am not even the slightest bit surprised.
85.
But it was in a week that he didn't win. He lost to Białecki in the semi-final on the Saturday night.
64.
Sensible stuff. Taking the bullseye out of play for now.
56. David, you require 120.
First dart in the 60. Yes. Second dart in the middle of the single. Yes. Double top. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
Shot on a 4 flag, David Evans.
Phenomenal. I think that's the first time David Evans has
5th
ever
flag,
been
it's David to throw
associated with
first.
Ferris Bueller. But I
Game
tell you
on.
what, Dave Evans is not having a day off. He's having a day on.
$97.
This is scary good.
I was going to say this is the best I've seen, but not just from David Evans, but of anybody in a Group B
121.
campaign on one individual day. And this is backing up the performance of yesterday when he averaged 94 across his 4 matches.
And this is what happens when you can get your first dart right. Scott was talking about this
100.
just under 24 hours ago. When you get your first dart right and you are attacking that first flight, you can really muller, to
80.
use a Geordie word, that treble 20 into submission.
Scott Taylor's plan and what he wanted to do was to go completely through the card, winning all 8 games, going the up and the
60.
down. But he is in big trouble here if he wants to join the 4 names that have already succeeded in doing so.
135.
David Davies, the most recent, just a couple of weeks ago.
These two could be in the same group tomorrow. They could be in tomorrow's final.
84.
See, that's the kind of game I want to see. We could have any sort of combination. Białecki, O'Shea, Hine, Evans, Taylor.
100.
We've already seen the kind
David,
of
you
levels
require 160.
we've had from other players all week. One of the best qualifying weeks ever. He fancied that. It's going to be a rare leg.
84.
Possibly one
Scott, you require 65.
in over 15 darts, is it? Or is Scott Taylor going to rebuff that by taking this in 2 or 3?
Well, we're yet to see a missed start out of double in this game. And
Game shot on
that
a 5th flag,
continues.
Scott Taylor.
3 from 3 for David Evans, 2 from 2 for Scott Taylor. And that is a break
6th
of
flag,
throw.
it's Scott
So
to throw first.
keeps it well and truly alive
on.
and his hopes and opportunities of doing the 8 from 8.
Can I just remind everybody at home that darts is hard? When you're having a throw on your board at home and you're
55.
scoring the odd good score, these guys are playing at an elite level and they haven't even got tour cards.
140.
This does not happen every week in Portsmouth. I will assure you of that. But how many times do we see the best qualifying week in week 12?
100.
That does happen a fair bit.
80.
Taylor's now got 3 maximums in this game alone. He had 2 in his first game. He had 2 in his next. He's got 3 here.
58.
7 for the night. And he's already beaten his total from yesterday in a night where he didn't even lose a match.
It's been an incredible night for
99.
maximums tonight. Jack Garwood been put completely to work today.
Can I have permission to blow your mind, Matt?
Oh, absolutely.
Not one game has seen a
57.
player hit no
Scott, you require
maximums.
167.
Everyone's hit one in every game.
131.
Destructive stuff, and it looks like we're going the distance in this game.
And this again, the case in point. A year ago, when Scott Taylor was 3-1 down, being hit by this big
140.
ton plus average by
Scott, you
David
require
Evans,
36.
would have had head shaking, would have had disconnect with the game.
Game shot
Now
on the
he gets
sixth
his
leg,
head down,
Scott Taylor.
he snarls, he takes a big inhale of
Seventh
breath,
and
and
final leg.
he just
It's
raises
David
the
to throw
performance.
first.
If we could interact with
Game
the
on.
public and ask them the question, which statistic would you like to see? Because all of them are purely brilliant. Averages,
140.
180s, doubling percentages. Everything is world class.
I think the one that I'm most impressed with is
42.
the 140 rate at the moment of David Evans. That was his 8th 140. They are big landing blows.
Aren't they just? He's got 8 140 plus scores.
100.
Taylor's got 1. I'm not including the maximums in that, by the way, because Taylor's got 3 and Evans has got the 1 solitary maximum, but it's really frightening how good this game has been.
59.
It's not even the best game of the night. Evans is in position, and he looks ready to break the streak of Taylor.
140.
And that completes his round of scoring.
100.
9
140s.
He's out 140 and
David
Scott
Uruguay,
Taylor, but Scott Taylor's hit back with a 4th maximum.
You've got to be kidding me, Matt. We could have another defeat of a player who's hit 4 maximums here. Double 18.
85.
First miss at a double in the match. And he will not be punished for it.
81.
Hates it.
David, you require 36.
Is he going to taste defeat for the first time in the group? He
Shot
has.
and the match. David
Another
Evans.
exceptional performance from Dave Evans. It's 107 flat. And 99.14 for Scott Taylor is not good enough to preserve that unbeaten streak. But that checkout card, that average for both players, that is something of a beautiful thing. Take a photograph of that. I might just do the same, because that is just another game here on Friday night that has given you every single second's worth. We've got more to come. Montgomery against Cox next, and it's all about the boss. Can he get 2 valuable points?
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. If you have just joined us on this Friday night moving into a Saturday morning, you don't really miss much. Just 102.5 average, couple of 108s, 107 before the break from David Evans, who got the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 3. He's moved on to the magical 10-point mark, and he, on the evidence of tonight's play, is going to be a severe threat in tomorrow night's final. Ross Montgomery's looking to join him and Scott there. He's got 2 games left, the first of which against Lee Cox. He's on 4 points. Everett's in third on 6. Let's see how this one pans out with Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Now we turn our attention
First
to
leg, it's Ross
the
to throw
other
first.
half of the table.
Game on.
With Evans and Taylor through and Lee Cox eliminated. This is going to be a difficult game for Lee to take. But he could still have an effect on who goes through and who is eliminated
41.
alongside him. Because Everett and Montgomery currently have the same leg difference of -7, but there are 2 points between them because that
60.
heartbreaking loss for Lee Cox against Ted Everett has given Ted a 2-point advantage over the former Scotland captain. If he wins, he goes back into the top 3.
140.
It would have been heartbreaking as well for Lee Cox, who did have 5 darts to get over the line in the end. He's not had much luck or fortune. He's played very well throughout
55.
this Group B campaign, but when it came down to it, he still had that opportunity to qualify, and that was extinguished on the back of those missed opportunities.
82.
He is cutting the figure of a bit of a wounded animal at the minute, and I do not blame him whatsoever. What's really strange about this format sometimes is that Lee probably doesn't want to see Ted Everett right now because of what he's just done to him. It's not personal, it's just that happened to be his opponent for that match. But now,
58.
Ted Everett really, really likes Lee because he could do him a huge favour.
$100.
So much quality tonight. No games that have gone 4-1 or 4-0. Everybody who's played in the games has hit at least one maximum. I can't ever remember
60.
seeing that.
Lee, you require 146.
Stay? Yeah, good play. 66 left.
110.
Very good darts. Now Montgomery
Ross, you require 120.
hits this based on the way that Lee rolls tonight. There you go.
Shot on the first leg, Ross Montgomery.
That's just the way that Lee Cox rolls. People just hit
Second
that
leg,
kind of
it's
shot
Lee to throw
against him
first.
tonight.
Game on.
I know you didn't see this, Paul, when you went down to speak to Henry, but I was watching Ross Montgomery as he left the
45.
stage following the conclusion of the last game. He averaged 108.85, and he was completely disconnected. He wasn't happy. David Evans was trying to point up to the screen to get Ross to look at the averages, and he
60.
just wasn't interested. Proper old school mentality there, because we'd see with some of the younger players at the moment, they'd almost be clapping themselves coming off with a losing average of 108.
Now, Ross is right because you don't get anything for it. What's the point in lauding yourself for a loss?
Just because you played well in it. Yeah,
Yeah, you played well, but the king of playing well and not getting anything for it here in this group is Lee. How do you think he feels?
66.
oh, absolutely.
You think he's got any consolation about the fact that he's played well? He's got no consolation. We can give him psychological jabs of positivity.
100.
You've played well. If you come back, you will be more prepared to get to your second Saturday night. However, Ross is old school. He'll say 78 or 108. Doesn't matter. I lost.
59.
And that's the right attitude.
Absolutely.
$78.
Any win for Ross Montgomery will temporarily move him into the top 3 with one more cycle of fixtures to go. And they won't be clashing against each other, they'll be clashing against those top 2. Ted Everts will be taking on David Evans, while Ross Montgomery will be taking on Scott Taylor.
It's been a good series for Scotland. The first 2 weeks were won by Scots. Willie Borland, but he's not going to be in Champions Week because he's on the tour now. Good luck to Willie for his season and for next year, of course. Minimum of 2 years to stay in the top 64.
46.
Beat Nico Bloom of Germany in the first final of this series. Then Andy Bolton beat Dom Taylor, who is also on the tour. So good luck to Dom. And that is a wonderful 18-dart leg from Lee with that 93 out. Each leg
Third leg, it's
could be massive because of the fact that the leg difference is tied between Everts and Montgomery. A few nations have won titles in this series.
43.
Dutchman Chris Landman, he's going to the tour. He won't be in Champions Week. Neil Duffers at the seniors. He's from Northern Ireland. But England has had it all their own way the last 3 weeks.
45.
With Wayne Jones, Tom Sykes and Rhys Colley. They will be here. How excited are you, Matt, that we are going to get a new name on that trophy? You're going to join the 2 emblems of Littler and Raymond Smith, Conan Whitehead, Jim McEwen.
60.
Someone is forever going to be known as the Series 6 champion.
Are you still advocating for the John Part scenario of the wall?
Yes.
84.
I have mentioned it to the powers that be. I think there should be something akin to
60.
a very nice old school golf club where you get your name etched on a board. Going to old golf clubs. I've got friends at Formby Golf Club up in Merseyside. One of the best
60.
old golf clubs in the country. They've got these boards up there dating back decades. Decades. 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s,
100.
80s and beyond. With all of these different champions. You could stand there and look at those for hours. What's to say we can't do that? Not all of my ideas are good ones, but I think that's a solid one.
Don't they have a wall of photos at Lakeside as well of people that have been there?
They do.
41.
Very
Russia
famous
require 136.
set of walls with referees, male players, female players, youth players. Some of those photos are funny. 8 for Ross Montgomery. He's got his photo on that wall.
Shot on the third leg.
And that's
Ross
a wall-worthy
Montgomery.
shot to get a 2-1 advantage. 2 ton plus checkouts against Lee Cox. How many
Fourth
blows
leg,
can he
it's Lee
take?
to throw first. Game on.
Here's a reference I know you'll like and enjoy. I'm getting Hamburglar vibes here for Lee Cox.
60.
You're trying to tell me that Ross Montgomery is the groundskeeper Willie of the Super
99.
Series. Do you know which football team groundskeeper Willie supports?
Aberdeen.
Yes. And why do we know that?
I don't know, it just felt right.
121.
No, it's right, because when he's having a nap and he gets woken up, he just automatically says, "Go Aberdeen!"
43.
I apologise to everybody in Scotland for that dreadful accent, by the way. And I do have some really good close friends up there who I will be visiting in 2024. You can lambast me all you like when I go north of the border.
11.
But that shot there from Lee tells you that maybe the tank is getting very close to empty. It
99.
feels like Lee's been on the ropes the whole time, trying to swing his way out, and on occasion he's done a superb job in games. And if he walks away with only 2 points from this group, it'll be one of the most harsh
60.
scenarios I can remember.
$60.
I'm sure we'll have plenty more darts to play. Another challenge tour coming up in the next month or so. That one over in Hildesheim. I'm sure we'll be
135.
taking the trip over there to see if you can get up high enough on that order of merit to get a couple of Pro Tour invites.
I'll tell you what, Lee, everybody here at the Super Series has been superly impressed. Superly? Is that a word? Superbly impressed
140.
by what he's done the
Lee
last couple of
require
days.
114.
Go over to Germany and get yourself one of those Challenge Tour titles. That'll really boost your confidence.
74.
We know you can do
Russia
it.
requires 60.
Double top. Slight adjustment.
$40.
Not there.
Lee
Surprising.
require 40.
First missed darts at a double in this contest for Ross.
$20.
Oh, a bad collision.
Russia require 20.
Montgomery might just be the man to find that valuable victory, and it
Shot on
might
the
just
fourth
be
leg, Ross
by the
Montgomery.
biggest distance in any game here this evening. Because like we've mentioned, nobody's won 4-0
Fifth
or
leg,
4-1
it's
yet.
Ross to throw first.
We don't have any
Game on.
maximums in this game. We are breaking streaks here in game number 8.
Ted Everts would have been a big Lee Cox fan
66.
while he was throwing at that double 10. It would make Ted's job significantly easier should Lee Cox be able to turn this around against Ross Montgomery.
Yeah, but who do you want to face right now?
58.
Or would you like to go on the other side of the coin? Who do you not want to face right now?
Well, you wouldn't want to face Scott Taylor or David Evans, and they're the two players that
100.
are going to be in that final lap of fixtures. So this is where leg difference could be vital. So Ross Montgomery really does need to get this done at the earliest opportunity.
50.
I have to agree. He might even be safe before he plays his last match.
129.
If he wins this leg and Evans goes crackers against Ted.
$53.
We did have one game between Cox and Everts that had our first winning average under 90 here this evening.
41.
This one is scaring our first win under 80, but you can understand it because of what's at stake.
$100.
You can see the pain that Lee's going through in his own mind. He's going to have a weekend off darts. Well,
43.
he might go to a local tournament, you never know. But my advice to him is, believe in yourself. This has been a brutal Group B. You've played your part in it.
100. Russia require 122.
To bookend this game with ton plus finishes. He needs the bullseye. This could be enormous for the leg difference.
97. Lee require 140.
Another one. For double 10.
130.
That might be the last dart he throws
Russia
tonight.
require 25.
Double 8. Second match dart. Missed the ball narrowly. He's missed double
No
8
score.
too low.
Lee require 10.
Nerves are being completely grated here in game number 8.
Game shot on a fifth leg.
And we
Lee
just don't
Cox.
know at this stage, Matt, how costly that could be. Just by losing that leg.
Sixth
he goes on
leg,
to win
it's Lee to throw
4-2.
first.
If he loses out
Game
on
on.
Saturday night by one leg, it'll be that leg that he will remember.
100.
Once again, those punters who take the 5.5 or more
100.
legs will be delighted tonight. Every single match landing in that category.
I wonder what the odds would have been for every game to go at least 6 legs.
100.
It's normally 1 to 2, 8 to 15.
Times 10 is what?
A lot.
Thanks for your input.
100.
He's going to work it out now because it is still a possibility. However, if Ted Everts does not get out of the traps against David Evans next, there is a possibility
100.
that game could be short. I implore you to stay with us for game number 9 because I've got some numbers for David Evans for the night that will make you salivate.
140. Lee, you require 121.
This game isn't over yet.
96.
A missed bull for leg 6.
Ross, you require 161.
Gives Montgomery another match-winning chance, but this is a big ask. The ask has got smaller. And the smallest target on the board is not needed to win.
137. Lee, you require 25.
2 8s to take us all the way. The double that cost him the previous match.
17.
Costs him leg
Ross,
6
you require
potentially
24.
because the pressure was put on him by the boss, who now has double 12,
Game shot.
and he
the
takes
match,
2
Ross
valuable
Montgomery.
points. A huge win for the boss, which now takes him to that 6 points, again with Everts, but he has the better leg difference this time. -5 for him, -7 for Everts, and that tells us that Everts needs to beat Evans in game 9. If he doesn't, he's in huge, huge trouble. When we come back, that game will be live.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Ross Montgomery got the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2 before the break. 2 ton plus outs for the boss, helping him en route. So let's show you the table situation then, because we're going to see Ted Everts and David Evans go toe-to-toe. Now, Ross is going to play Scott Taylor in the last game of the night. So he's on 6 points and can improve from that position. So Ted Everts, if he wins, would jump above Ross Montgomery, but it would be a waiting game for Super Ted. However, if David Evans does what he's seemingly done all night and win this one, it is all over. The boss would have done enough. So game 9 could be game on or game over. But getting the game on is our commentary team, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, 2 more games to go, Henry, and Dave Evans, who has been insatiable tonight. Pick your superlative. I'm sure it's going to fit him. But I've been waiting to give you these numbers because they just jump off the page. Like Javier Sotomayor soaring over 2 meters 40 in the high jump. 106.09 for the night. 60% on the doubles.
First leg is
Unbelievable
Ted to throw
stuff
first.
from Stretch.
Game on.
If he puts in those kind of numbers again in this game, you do fear the worst for Ted. He knows he needs to win.
60.
He's got -7 in leg difference. If he loses 4-3, he'll have 6 points and -8.
125.
Well, then he's relying on Ross Montgomery losing 4-0 in the last match. That's a lot to ask.
140.
Which performance for you, Matt, this week has stood out as the best from Everts? Has he got the kind of
57.
game in him, based on this week's evidence, to beat David Evans in this form?
Oh, he's got the game in him, absolutely. But on the short-term form,
40.
it's a stretch.
Pun intended?
I'll take it.
99.
What we can say is that 11 out of 16 averages tonight have been 90 plus. You don't get that every Friday and Thursday from Group B. It just doesn't happen every week. As much as we'd like to see it,
83.
it just doesn't happen. This is a special group. What's even rarer is somebody averaging over 100 for a night.
60.
Surely Dave is going to do that. When you look at his numbers from yesterday, 94 and a bit, and we thought, that's really impressive.
138.
So far, he's gone up
David,
12
you require
points
160.
from day to day. 12 points. Oh, we were holding our breath, Dave. And so was Ted.
140.
That's just how expectant we've become
Ted,
of the
you
David
require
Evans
40.
performance tonight. It's been absolutely superb. But Ted Everts got a chance to issue
Shot
out
on
a
the
bit of a
first
blow.
leg, Ted Everts.
Not so much to David Evans, because we know that David Evans has already qualified through,
Second
joining
leg, it's
Scott
David to
Taylor
throw
to
first.
this group.
Game
But
on.
It's a bit of a blow or a nod towards Ross Montgomery, who's the other interested party in regards to getting that final
58.
third qualifying spot and the 6th and final player to get a chance to get themselves through the finals night.
Just imagine if Evans wins 4-2 in this
95.
game. Everts goes to -9 and 6 points. What if Montgomery loses 4-0 to Scott Taylor? Because I know he wants to finish with a win.
100.
They would finish on the same points and the same leg difference. We'd have to go to legs 1. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We could be here for minute upon minute talking about what if.
140.
This is a good start from Ted. Maybe now that Friday is over with,
59.
he's turning over a new leaf now that we've gone into Saturday morning. Some people have done that in the past.
I think for Ted, though, here, he's in that situation he's been in so
59.
many times before where it's just one game, has to win. It's almost like playing a final here. Go up there, do your bit, and then worry about everything else after.
180.
Oh, there we go. Another 180 for Dave Evans. He's had plenty of those tonight. I make that his 7th.
44.
Surprised
David,
it's
you
not
require
more, but his
104.
140 count tonight has been outrageous. That leaves 8. Oh, my word. How good is that dart?
64.
That is genuinely one of the best darts I've seen today. I thought he was going to switch to another part of the board. How many times have we seen today people on 165 and 163?
David, you require 40.
Is it just one of those days? Double 10 for stretch. And double 10 was not a
second
stretch.
leg, David Evans.
An equaliser for the man from Preston.
Third leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game
Long
on.
way from Preston to Portsmouth. You want to make sure it's worth it when you come here.
99.
If you've not been entertained tonight, maybe you're watching the wrong thing, because we've had some posts from X tonight saying this is the best night they've ever watched
97.
from this venue, and I can't disagree with that.
I've seen those posts and many, many others of people really enjoying the Super Series tonight. A fine night of action. And
121.
still not completed yet. We still don't know that final place. That will be decided over our final 2 fixtures. But one thing for sure, this is setting up for a quality
19.
finals night that will be coming your way tomorrow, starting on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel from 7:30 p.m. So make sure you hit your subscribe button so you can see
96.
how this final week of qualification all unfolds.
Yeah, it's real main event stuff tomorrow as we lead into finals week next week.
60.
And we have been showing you a graphic over the last couple of days that shows 10 names on it. There are 12 spaces for Champions Week.
145.
If you've had a really, really good week and you make the final tomorrow, you might even get there.
I think with the averages that we've seen posted so far this week,
97. Ted, you require 40.
I'd expect that the final will be enough this week.
I'd have to agree. I think there's one player currently on the
Gates
chopping
on the
block
third leg,
who
Ted
is
Evans.
praying that whoever makes the final has had a lesser average than them. We'll get
Fourth
to that
flag,
at
it's
one
David
point,
to
but
throw
Ted Evans is
first.
doing his job so far.
Game on.
Win against Evans. Ask the question of the former Scotland captain against the person who was going to win this group potentially.
180.
There is still a chance
134.
for Evans to win the group, to take another box for himself, because he's won a Group A before. And I was talking, now you see the live table. If he can win the
58.
game, and then Taylor loses by a certain margin to Ross Montgomery, Evans can win this group. And I was talking about our Series 5 champion, Jim
44.
McEwen. He's done something that nobody else has done, in my opinion. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. He's won everything that this place has to offer. Weekly title,
96.
series title. He's won groups A, B, and C. He's won every group he's ever played in.
I think there was a really interesting fact as well there when we just had a quick flash of the
140.
live table.
David, you require
Ted Evans moving into a
167.
qualifying position. But did you see his leg difference? -6.
That's because the top two have been so destructive.
59.
And everything between the bottom three has been so close. Hugely impressive, this.
133.
A great approach from
David, you
Ted.
require
And
108.
right now he is imploring the darting gods to give him a shot at 50.
76.
This time Evans is not the prayer
Ted, you
crusher.
require 50.
Everett's huge opportunity, this. And it's for a break of throw.
18.
Oh, that stings.
David, you require 32.
Like a hornet in your cereal.
Shot on the fourth flag.
The
David
last thing you want to do is crunch.
Fifth flag. It's Ted to
Another
throw
game
first.
that is going
Game on.
into a minimum. Yeah, that's right, Dave. That's where your mind is. 6 legs minimum in every game tonight.
70.
Dave doesn't do that tapping of the temple unless he really knows that he's got a chance of winning this group. He's safe. He's going to be here on Saturday night. But he's playing like a player who's still got a purpose. I love
140.
that about him right now.
I can really vouch for this as well, because I had a Group B campaign, and when you first come in, you just go, oh, if I qualify, it's fine. And then the second you do that,
100.
your attention completely turns. You want to win the group. You want to be the player at the top. It's just that little almost ego thing inside that doesn't let you not
57.
go up there with that same determination. If there's something to be won, you want to win it.
$134.
Not to mention the fact that he could go through the card himself tonight, which is exactly what one of his pals did yesterday.
$134.
It's got to be said, this is Ted Everett's best performance of his Group B campaign, and he's saved it for the right time. Another good testament to the quality
59.
that Ted
David,
Everett
you require
possesses, and the fact that he can bring
170.
it out when he needs it the most. But is it going to be enough?
$134.
Hugely impressive.
Ted, you require 138.
This is by far his worst average of the night. But he could still find himself 3-2 up to cause Ted Everett an enormous headache.
86. David, you require 36.
Double 18 for a break of throw. Everett's had his chance to break in the previous leg. He did
Game
not,
shot on the
but
fifth
Dave does
flag,
not
David
make
Everett.
that mistake. It's only, and I hasten to say this, only a 90
Sixth
average.
flag. It's David to throw first.
Everett has got
Game
4
on.
more than him right now, but is in a position where he could lose and see the exit door from week 12.
57.
Should he lose this leg, he would not be eliminated, though.
Not yet.
He would then rely on Scott Taylor beating Montgomery
58.
4-0.
Absolutely. It's the situation that we talked about at the start of the match. If Evans won in 6 legs, he would then become the biggest Scott Taylor fan in the world.
93.
Do yourself a favour. Win this leg, Ted, and give yourself a chance of getting the points.
100.
He's digging deep now.
80.
Another one of those games where both players get the 180s in their column. 1 for Ted, 2 for Stretch. 2 turns into
140.
2. Games that come around and all you can do is sit back and enjoy the entertainment. It feels like we've been doing that all night. Even with that scratchy game between Cox and Montgomery, it was hugely important.
59.
Okay, so Ted
Ted, you
Everts has
require
got 129 after 9.
129.
This is an excellent effort from Ted. What does he do with 72? Double 12.
105. David,
That
you
would have been
require
a
152.
world-class 12 darter for timing.
And every leg could be crucial.
That was really close to a match start for David Evans. You can breathe now,
100.
Ted.
Ted, you require 24.
Is it leg 7 from double 6?
12.
It isn't. This could be very,
David, you
very
require
close
52.
to the end. It wouldn't be the end. It isn't the
Shot
end for
and the
Ted
match,
Everts yet.
David Evans.
But he's teetering so close to the cliff edge. Dave Evans has done his job. He's gone 8 points from 8 tonight. He has been sublime. Simple as that. For the first time tonight, he averages under 100. And it's just under 90. But it's still impressive in taking out Ted Everts against the throw. Without further ado, we'll take a break. And when we come back, it's the final match of Group B. Can Montgomery get the job done against Scott Taylor?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're joined by the man of the night, the man of the moment, David Evans. Look, it was all right. 102, 108, 107. There's been worse nights, hasn't there?
Definitely been worse nights. Yeah, absolutely. I'll be honest, I don't know where I found it from, but found it today and managed to get through to Saturday. So, yeah, good.
That's really interesting. The fact that you think that it's just clicked tonight or something like that. Then
I think it's just I'm just comfortable with my game at the minute. You know, I've got good family, good friends behind me. You know, my sponsors as well. They give me the free rein, and it's good having them backing you. Which, yeah, it's good.
I just wonder as well, because obviously this is the second year since you come off tour. When you come off that tour and that first year after, do you almost feel a pressure and an expectation on your shoulders that maybe this year may have elapsed a little bit?
Yeah, really. I mean, when I come off the tour, you go to certain competitions, little ones joining the ADC and things like that, and people just look at you and go, oh, he's just come off the tour. But then you start playing 70 averages, 80 averages, and you think, oh, well, I can beat him. And now it just proves today and yesterday exactly what I'm capable of. So, yeah.
And then moving into tomorrow night, if you play to that sort of stuff, I mean, you're going to more than fancy yourself, aren't you?
Absolutely. Yeah. Any tournament that I play, I fancy myself in anything, to be fair. You've just got to go for it and play the best stuff that you possibly can. So.
Can I also ask what's clicked with this whole group? Because the numbers throughout the course of the group have been absolutely ridiculous. I mean, prior to the last couple of games, the lowest average of the night was around about 83.5. It really has been electric. Has it just clicked as well throughout the whole practice room, and maybe everyone's games are kind of married up together?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the guys that are in here, they're all top quality players. I think there's only Lee that hasn't had a tour card. In that room, so we all know that we're capable of averaging over 100. We're all capable of winning tournaments, so why not have us all in one room and we all get along together? I mean, my best mate's there, as well, best man at my wedding, as he found out yesterday. Obviously, he mentioned it yesterday, but to be in that room with everyone, it's brilliant. It's good atmosphere.
I just find, what was that game like against Ross to play in? Because we certainly enjoyed watching it. What was that like to play in?
Nerve-wracking, I'll be honest. Yeah, it's a case of one of those games where you sort of think, if you're going to miss, you're in trouble. You have to hit something, because if we're both playing at that sort of standard, you can't miss. You've got to hit everything, yeah. Between
you and Ross, you've now had the second highest combined match average in the history of the Super Series. Just the meagre 217.56 between the pair of you, only beaten by Darryl Pilgrim against Denny Older-Coulter. That was in week 2 of Series 5 in Group A back in August, where they averaged in excess of 219 between the pair of you. And I can actually say, if you hit that first match dart in the leg before, you would have beaten that overall average between the pair of you.
Wow. That's unreal darts, to be fair. And to be involved in a match like that against one of the legends of the game in Ross, it's brilliant. Honestly, to be involved in that, it is great, yeah.
Well, congratulations on tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. One final place left at finals night tomorrow. Ted Everts is going to sit and await his fate as Ross Montgomery takes on Scott Taylor.
Great to hear from Dave there, who's had a superb night. 102.05 for the night. And 55% on the doubles. One of the premier nights in Group B performances that we've seen over the last year and a half. It really was that good. Well done, Dave. We'll see you on Saturday night. We'll see Scott
First
Taylor.
Leg, it's Scott to throw
Will
first.
we be seeing Ross
Game
Montgomery? Take it away, Matthew Edgar. What's he got to do?
Well, it's very, very simple for what Ross Montgomery needs. He just needs one leg.
81.
And that's where that shot at the end of the last match for Ted Everts, where he missed those match darts. Had he even just got that extra leg and not even won the game,
81.
it would have forced Ross to need more. Instead, he's just got to avoid the whitewash, and he is through to Saturday night. If he does go down 4-0, Ted Everts will jump him, not on leg difference, but on legs 1.
83.
Somewhat ironic that when these two played on Thursday night, Scott Taylor won 4-1.
42. Check 52.
How many darts at double did Ross Montgomery get against Scott Taylor on Thursday night? 1. That will be just about enough to get through. All you need is one shot.
99.
Ted Everts is hoping he doesn't get any. Do you think that Scott Taylor's going to find any sort of mercy
50.
for the former Scotland captain? Think again. He's got an opportunity now to get rid of Montgomery from this week. You've got to see this as an opportunity to stop a dangerous player from being a thorn in your side
94.
tomorrow. If you can get rid of somebody now, do it.
100. Ross, you require 144.
So Taylor will get the first crack at a double, you feel, from 84. He should get a minimum
54.
of 1 dart at the bullseye.
Scott, you require 84.
Double 12, though. First blood
Shot on the
to
first
Scott
leg,
Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
And he gives the dartboard a bit of daggers.
You feel like in
Second
these sort of
leg,
games,
it's Ross
just
to throw
ticking
first.
off the lives, aren't you? And
Game
the
on.
opportunities. He started with 4. He's now got 3.
Let's not forget as well, Taylor does not want to lose this game. There's a rivalry going on at the top of the table.
26.
Evans is sitting by thinking, if you slip up, man in yellow and black, I might just nick the top of the table off you.
100.
Taylor wins the game. He finishes top of the table on 14 points. If he loses by a certain margin, he could lose the top spot, which he's
100.
had since the very first match of this group where he beat Ross Montgomery.
140.
And that would be a sizable upset. He came in overnight as 1-8 favourite to win the group.
Brilliant.
180.
Absolutely brilliant.
59.
And he should be the first to a finish. It's a somewhat loose term at this level, saying should. I'm going to change my word. He is at a finish now. And it should be a 2-darter.
137.
And it's a very small 2-darter at that.
At this point, you can imagine Ted Everts will probably
95.
be putting his stuff in
Ross,
his
you require
backpack
58.
and thinking he's about to be going home.
I think he might be right. Double 10.
38.
He has to wait
Scott, you
for
require
another chance.
107.
Might not be in this leg though. Tops.
Game shot on the second
Brutal.
leg. Scott Taylor.
Huge darts there for Scott Taylor. And not just Scott Taylor. Ted Everts will be very interested
Third
now
leg. It's
in
Scott
this
to throw
game.
first.
That
Game
one
on.
has got Ross Montgomery dizzy. That shot was concussive.
30.
I wouldn't have blamed Ross if he'd taken an extra 5 or 10 seconds there just to compose himself, because he's had 2 darts to qualify there.
100.
And then that ton plus out comes around like a whirlwind and blows him off his feet. Oh, he gets the pre-zoom.
108.
Scott Taylor's so good that he gets a zoom after dart 1. He doesn't get it this time, you see.
96.
But this is a very edgy situation now. Where does this Group B rank for you, Matthew Edgar? You've been here pretty much since the start of Super Series
41.
Darts on September the 3rd, 2022. Where does this group rank?
Oh, it's the best I've ever seen.
39.
Ted Everts in Group A was within 1 win of Saturday night. He lost
60.
out to Białowski.
Scott, you require 156.
He's now hoping that Taylor wins this leg and the next to put him through by the tightest of margins.
140.
This is just so fitting of how this group has been. It looks like it might come down to
60.
just
Scott,
a
you require
solo
16.
leg for Ross Montgomery. And his chances of
Shot on
getting
the
through
third
all
leg, Scott
hold
Taylor.
right here, right now. But Ross does have the advantage of throwing first.
Fourth leg. It's Ross to throw first.
How often do we get a 1-leg
Game on.
shootout? Scott Taylor wins this leg. He wins the group. He's already through. Ted Everts
99.
may have packed his backpack, but he will be the most eager spectator from around
35.
15 to 20 feet away.
Can you imagine being Ted Everts in this situation right now? Every single time he sees Ross Montgomery hit that treble, his hopes begin to disappear.
80.
This is bottle from Ross Montgomery. They
53.
come up here needing just one single leg to qualify through. And he lost the first three.
56.
But he's not there yet.
And he's not on a finish mat. Scott Taylor almost
125.
was. Had he hit that maximum for a second in the contest, he would have been on 133.
Needs a treble. Big dart. The biggest dart he has thrown so far this week.
43.
Is it enough?
Well, his first two are finish. It's a big finish. How much urgency is going to be placed on this from Scott Taylor?
82.
Oh, he gets the last start treble,
Russia
though.
require 123.
This is to go through to Saturday night. Can he find a route to the bull? No. So Scott Taylor could put him out.
Scott
55.
Taylor has been hurting his opponents on
Scott,
a
you
regular
require
basis with shots like
106.
this. Double 18
70.
on the wire.
Russia
Ted
require
Everts would have been a
68.
very keen watcher. And it could be more heartbreak because it's two darts now for Ross, the boss, to
It's
book
on the
his
fourth
place
leg, Ross Montgomery.
into Saturday night. He has survived an almighty scare. He survived a match dart from Scott
Fifth leg,
Taylor.
it's Scott to
But
throw
it is
first.
job done now for Ross Montgomery.
Game on.
He's got the leg that he needed, and we now know our complete lineup for Saturday night. Ross Montgomery in third place completes
57.
the field. You just can't imagine the tension that was going through the situation there between the
39.
two debutants, Ross Montgomery and Ted Everts, who was a width of a wire away from being the other way around.
60.
Ross Montgomery goes through Group B alongside David Evans, who's been outstanding tonight, and Scott Taylor. They will be joining
140.
the Muffin Man Steve Hine and John O'Shea, who went through Group C this afternoon, and Sebastian Bieletsky, the Group A winner.
96.
A quality lineup coming your way from 7:30 on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. So make sure you do hit a subscribe on there. We'll be then on Sporty Stuff CV from 10 o'clock for the
92.
semi-finals and finals to complete the lineup for Champions Week.
134.
You do get the feeling that Ross Montgomery went on stage and kind of knew what he needed to do.
82. Scott, you require 154. 64. Ross, you require
Your mind does
148.
go back to those 4 missed darts from Ted Everts that would have gave him another leg on the board, which would have meant that Ross needed to get 2. All ifs and buts.
92. Scott, you require 90.
He was going for the 25 and he, as Chris Mason would have said, too good.
66. Ross, you require 56.
Gonna have to burn a dart now. Only just.
16.
And that might be the last dart
Scott,
he
you
throws
require 24.
in this group campaign.
Game shot, undermatch.
And it is
Scott
the
Taylor.
last dart that he throws in this group campaign, but it's not the last dart that he'll be throwing here at the Super Series this week. Ross Montgomery, on the basis of getting that one leg, has booked himself a place in finals night on debut. He's going in there alongside David Evans and alongside Scott Taylor, who is now confirmed as the group winner. It was a very, very tight situation for Scott Taylor, who came into tonight as the 1-8 favourite. However, it wasn't a clear sailing. David Evans nearly pipped him to the post, but it's Scott Taylor who takes the group.
And I can tell you right here, right now, Ross Montgomery has only just found out as he's left the stage that he is through to tomorrow night and that Scott Taylor missed a dart to eliminate him. Such is the drama of the Super Series.
The drama of the Super Series, yes, but sometimes when you come into these last games, some people just don't want to know. They want to play each game as it comes. I was always like that at the Grand Slam of Darts. I didn't want to know the permutations. I flicked a word to Ross Montgomery when I left the stage and I just said, just. He didn't have a clue. But now he knows that this dart at double 18 for Scott Taylor, had it landed, that would have sent Ted Everts through. But then Montgomery takes his chance, gets one leg, and he's in Saturday night on debut.
Even though he didn't know, does that situation kind of sum up Ross Montgomery that when opportunities arise, he can take advantage of them?
Well, I think he's played very well in this group. He was involved in that chaotic match with Dave Evans in Game 5 tonight, and we will definitely reference that come the finals night in Week 12. However, as far as the consistency is concerned, I don't think he was happy with the start of the group. It definitely improved tonight. He's done enough to qualify for Saturday. That's the mission, isn't it? Win the group, second place, third place, it's all the same. You are here, and now he's got a chance of winning it.
Well, let's have a look at the results then for tonight at the Super Series. We'll show them in full on screen, but I just want to talk genuinely here. I can't remember a night in a Group B quite like the one we saw this evening, at least not in this venue.
For quality, that is the best Group B we've ever had. I'd like anybody to try and top that if they can. If they can remind us of a better Group B situation than that, please tell me. But as far as quality tonight is concerned, we've had Dave Evans averaging over 102 for the night. We've had great drama between Evans and Montgomery. We've had a great game between Evans and Scott Taylor. We've had the situation with Everts and Montgomery. It's just been everywhere. And the heartbreak for Lee Cox as well. Everybody's played their part in this group. It has been book-worthy.
Well, let's talk about that game between Evans and Montgomery. It's hard not to talk about that particular match. A combined average of 217 and a half. It just delivered in every single way possible.
Yeah, lots of huge scores, great doubling, and that's what you would expect from a game where both players are averaging over 108. With all due respect to this project, which has delivered some amazing performances from the likes of Pilgrim and Littler and Scott Taylor and others, you don't necessarily expect games to have two players averaging over 108 at this level. But the fact that it's happened tells you a little bit more about the level of play that we are going to get here this year.
Does it also show the strength in depth that is improving time upon time upon time outside of the PDC Tour system?
It has to. The Challenge Tour has done such an incredible job for the last 10 years, giving us that second-tier system. What this is doing is adding to that, giving people somewhere to go and thrive and harness their skills. We are seeing more tour-ready players here for a period of a year before they can even go back to Q School.
Well, let's talk about David Evans in a little bit more detail, because it wasn't just that 108 average. He had 102 average, he had 107 average, dovetailed to 102 because of that performance right at the very end. Look, if he plays anything like that tomorrow, then the trophy is going to be in his hands.
It could be. He hasn't done it before, but the majority of the players going into Saturday night haven't done it before. But he looked so comfortable tonight, his timing. I mentioned to you after Game 5, and it was easy to say that after Game 5, but some of the shots he was pulling out like this from the angle, it looked like he was so comfortable doing anything on this hockey. He might just make this place his home this year. We are searching at this early stage of 2024 for someone who's going to stand out like Luke Littler did last year. Why can't it be Dave?
What did you make of his interview, and in particular when he said that now he's had a year out the tour, that maybe the target's just off his back a little bit?
I think it was perfectly said. When he came off the tour, he could just stew in his own disappointment for maybe 6 months, play some local stuff. I like what he said about his sponsors as well, because they've stuck by him. He's got people looking after his best interests. But now that he's had that 2023 where he's discovered who he wants to be going forward, he wants to rediscover that Dave Evans of 2020. I think he's found him. And I'm glad he's back, because he's just that good.
And amongst all the madness, we haven't even spoken about Scott Taylor yet. He was a player who topped the group and lost next to nothing.
Yeah, Scott's been superb. I love the rivalry between Dave and Scott as well, and we need rivalries like that when we come here. That may just be the rivalry that fits the year. When they play against each other, they want to batter each other into the ground. Give me matches like that every day.
And just quickly, a word on Ted Everts, because he came so close to winning Group A. He came so close to qualifying for Group B. It just didn't quite happen in the end for him this week.
Yeah, I think what the journey could be for Ted in the first 6 months of this year is how does he handle disappointment? The disappointment of not retaining tour privileges. Now he's had the disappointment of losing Group A by a win and then losing out on a place in Saturday by a leg. These are microscopic losses. So if he can handle them well and respond when he comes back here, it will definitely toughen him up.
And what we can confirm now is the final 6, and one of these players will be the last name through to Champions Week. These are the, I mean, there's not an easy one in there, such as been this week. Group 1, David Evans, Sebastian Białecki, Steve Hine. Group 2, John O'Shea, Ross Montgomery, Scott Taylor. They feel like two absolute pick'ems, don't they?
Yeah, I'm afraid they are. Every now and again, we do get a night where you think it's a 50-50 call, two evenly matched groups. Majority of the time, you'd say Group 1 or Group 2 is a little stronger. But when you look at those, my word, if you're not here tomorrow night, it's your fault.
It's going to be a bit fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be great. And I love Week 12. I remember when Hendo won Week 12 a year ago. It was remarkable, that final with Niall Cullerton. Give me more of that.
Well, we're going to get some more drama. 7:30, Sporty Stuff TV from 10, and all the action available on the Super Series YouTube channel. If you do subscribe, you can tune into highlights packages of every single session, plus some bonus content. We've recorded some fun stuff this week, which you'll be able to see over the next couple of days or so. Right, we'll see you tomorrow for the finals.
I'll see you tonight.
Well, yeah. We'll see you tonight. We'll see you a little bit later on from 7:30. Save the time, save the date. Scott Taylor is hoping to be back at Champions Week himself. He was a player who topped Group B.
Keep hanging the top of looking stay until you give me one. But he's had one of these hit against him already today, has Steve Hine, and there's another one.
Doesn't have the longest streak of wins. Scott Taylor has got a 1-4-1 though for a 15-darter. Taylor for 112 to stop Ross from getting a shot at that very number. Double top.
Shot on his second
That's
leg,
why we rate
Scott
him.
Taylor.
Because he's just very, very good.